Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from, also what time is it. I will tell you right away what no one in my family would say aloud the first time the bell rang. The house grew another stair. It was winter, the kind that makes glass hum and breath cling inches from your face. I was 29, sifting through my dead father's things, and I heard the bell that wasn't there. A faint, salt-bitten clang, as if a bowie had drifted up the hill and struck our front door. 3 stairs led from the foyer to the second floor. After the bell, there were 34. You'll say I miscounted. That grief takes inches when you aren't watching. You'll say houses settle and boards warp. You'll say the ear invents echoes. That's what I wanted to say. But I had a tape recorder in my pocket and a tide clock that never stopped pointing straight down, and a letter my father left sealed with red thread. The letter warned me not to peel it open until after I heard the bell. He wrote that the bell would ring again, always at 3:17 a.m., on nights when the tide fell lowest. He wrote that I was not to set foot on the 34th stair, not once, not even to dust it, not even to test whether it could bear weight. He wrote that our house was older than our town, and our town was older than our maps, and maps lie when they need to keep you safe. Strong hook enough for you? Good. Keep listening, because if I tell this the way it happened, I might keep one person from making the same step I did. My name is Mara. I came back to the Salt Hill house after my father died because there was nowhere else to go, and because the house had a way of calling people back, even while they swore they'd never cross its porch again. My father had been everything in that house: electrician, plumber, carpenter, jailer to the past, and in the final photo of him, a mirror caught his face lagging behind his body by half a beat. That's not a turn of phrase. The mirror image trailed him, like a bad connection. It was the kind of thing you notice only after a person dies, and you go through every picture of them as if a hidden cure might be tucked behind the glass. The first day, I set out to clean. The kitchen still reeked of vinegar and wet rope. He used to hang nets from the rafters to dry, though no one had fished from our family in years. A tide clock, one of those brass discs with the single hand that says high tide, low tide, and the lean in between, sat on the counter. The hand pointed straight down at low tide and didn't budge all day. Even when I nudged it, the hand swung back down and vibrated there like the needle of an old radio. I dug through the pantry and found the tape recorder wrapped in cheesecloth. It was heavy, the kind of thing divers once carried with them to leave messages in dry boxes under piers. My father had wrapped the recorder in a second layer of cloth, and tucked beneath the machine was the sealed letter, the red thread biting deep at the corners. I could feel the shape of the wax seal underneath, a circle with a notch like a bite taken from a coin. That first night, I slept badly on the couch with the tape recorder on my chest, the letter under my shoulder. The house creaked the way old houses do, quiet breath in the studs, cold air moving through gaps, tiny knocks from settling glass. Around midnight, the fridge popped. Around 1 o'clock, the heater coughed. At 2, distant thunder rolled over the harbor. I remember, because I wrote each thing on a pad to keep my mind from looping through the hospital smell. The last words my father could not say because whatever took him had tied his tongue into a reef knot. And then at 3:17 a.m., the bell. Not a doorbell. Not a church bell. Not the buoy bell you hear from the breakwater when the wind is right, because there was no wind, and I had never heard the harbor this still. A bell no one should have struck, the strike smothered by cold and wet. It tilted the air in the room, and I felt the couch sink as if the house had shifted. That's not imagination. The water glass on the side table shivered in a ring, and a drop slid down the rim. I lay there, counting my breaths, telling myself not to sit up, Not to see, not to give shape to a sound that belonged outside the world of sleep. But the floor was growing colder beneath the couch, and that cold moved in a slow tide down the hallway toward the stairs. The recorder ticked. I pressed my hand to the tape compartment without knowing why, and felt warmth there, as if someone had breathed into the cloth to warm it for me. I should have stayed under the blanket. Instead, I stood and walked toward the stairwell, every board memorized since childhood, every nail that snagged socks and bruised heels. The steps are narrow, the kind that force your feet to angle sideways. At the top of the run, there is a landing and a half, turn, and then the bedrooms. I counted as I climbed. I counted because counting was the rope I threw into the dark to pull myself along the wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, the 10th step chirps when you pass. Its nail is loose on purpose, because when I was small my father told me every good house needs something that chatters so you know it's awake. 15, 16, 17, the 22nd stair has the long gouge left by Cousin Jonah when he dragged the phonograph cabinet down in '94 and the cabinet fought back. 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, the top. But there was another step, a low rise, almost a shrug of wood beyond the landing, tucked between the newel post and the wall. Shadow hit it, but the grain was brighter than the others, and I swear I smelled wet basswood, as if someone had planed it that morning. A 34th stair where none had ever been. The tape recorder's red light glowed behind the cheesecloth, then clicked off. The tide clock in the kitchen slashed low tide so hard I could feel the angle in the back of my throat. I think most people, most sane people, would have snapped on every light and called someone to yell into their ear about steps growing out of nothing. But something in me curled away from the phone. My father's letter had warned, after all, he knew. He told me not to set foot on it, not even to dust. So I did not touch it. I did not even lean over it. I crouched and stared at the grain, at the curl of wood on its edge where the plane had caught. That curl was fresh. It was almost translucent, and I wanted to reach out and flick it away, because filaments like that slice skin like paper. I did not. Instead, I backed down to the 13th step and sat where I sat as a child when I listened to my parents murmur in the kitchen. The bell did not ring again that night. When I woke with my cheek on the rail, weak sun was pushing through the front windows, and the 34th stair was gone. Not cut out, not torn, just gone. The landing was clean as it had always been. My fingertip found the gouge at 22. The chirper at 10 squeaked like a moth. Do you think I dreamed it? You will have to hold that thought and watch what I show you next. The red thread on the letter loosened in the sun. I told myself the wax softened, that the knot slipped because the house was dry, because knots get bored when there's no tension. It doesn't matter. I opened the letter. It was short. His handwriting leaned to the right like it always had when he wrote fast. Mara, if you're holding this, then the bell found you. It will come again at 3:17. Do not step on the last stair it throws. Not once. I made that mistake when your mother was alive. It doesn't send you where you think. We can't pay the toll for both. I left you the tide clock and the recorder. Put the cassette in only when you hear the second bell. And write everything down after, even if you think it's wrong. Especially if you think it's wrong. The house isn't only ours. Don't bring friends. Don't pray in the kitchen. Don't say the name you wrote on your wrist when you were 12. The house remembers what you ask for at that hour. There are 34 parts to this, and I gave 33 of them my years. Don't give it yours. Let the last part stay unwritten. Love, D. I placed the letter back on the counter and put the tide clock beside it. The hand still pointed straight down. I flipped the recorder over. No cassette inside. Instead, taped to the back, there was a little envelope the size of a postage stamp. It held a key, no bigger than my thumbnail, black with tarnish. The key had teeth like the mouth of a dead fish. There was also a strip of paper folded 7 times. Inside, in small letters, my father had written drawer 11, hall chest. Only after the second bell, I stood there, reading and rereading, trying not to stare at the hall chest that had belonged to my grandmother, the one with the uneven drawers that moaned when you pulled them. 11 was stuck. We never used it because it trapped cloth like a bite, but I pulled anyway, and it slid out smooth. Empty. You know what the mind does then? It fills the empty with everything you fear most. My first fear was simple: someone had been here. The second fear, bent like a fishhook, the drawer was empty, because the thing that should rest there had never belonged to us. I closed the drawer and, because I didn't want to be in the house, I walked into town. Salt Hill's main street faces the harbor the way a dog faces a stranger, stiff and wary. The shops wear painted signs with whales and gulls and words like shipwright, though no one has built a ship here in half a century. The butcher waved with a hand hooked like a claw around a roll of paper. "Back for good?" he asked. "For now," I said. My voice was hoarse. I did not know I'd cried until the cold air dried my face. He nodded toward the hill as if the house were behind my shoulder. "Hear any bells up there?" I could have laughed. I could have said he was crazy. I could have tested him with a sideways question. Instead, I said, "What would it mean if I had?" He licked his thumb to smooth the paper and leaned in. "Means the water wants something back." "I thought you didn't believe in things like that." He shrugged. "Belief's got nothing to do with a bent nail taking your sleeve. You step just right down by the old pier, and the boards grab your boot. You call that a belief? I call it wood, but it still drags you where you didn't mean to go." I said I had errands to run, just to end the talk. As I wandered, I looked for the place where my father used to stand with the fishermen, telling stories about lights out past the breakwater and a voice that counted without breath. The spot was empty. No one I knew was there. The only voices came from the tourist shop, where a woman my age held up a postcard with our house on it. She asked the clerk, "Who lives there now?" The clerk glanced at me and said, "Depends who you ask." I should have asked the clerk what that meant. I didn't. I went home the long way and past the old cemetery where the stones tilt toward the sea like drunks, each one chewed at the base by salt and wind. My father's grave was fresh and brown and without a marker yet, just a wooden peg. Someone had tied a scrap of red thread to it. I took the thread because I could not stand the idea of anything binding him, even a bit of string. I pocketed it without thinking. When I reached the house and closed the door, the silence inside weighed more than the air in a storm. All afternoon, I counted small tasks and finished none. I wiped the kitchen counter. I left the rag folded on the stove. I sat with the recorder in my lap and pressed the single button, so it clicked, and then clicked again, even though there was no cassette in it. Yet. I went to the hall chest and pulled different drawers at random, as if my father had made a game of it. Every drawer held what you would expect: old birthday cake candles, a cracked shell from a long ago summer, a spool of black thread, a single silver button with a dent in its face. 11 remained empty each time I checked, as though it had been scrubbed by low tide. At dusk, I warmed soup on the stove, burned my tongue, and left the bowl in the sink. The light over the kitchen table hiccuped once and went steady. The tide clock's hand did not move, and then, because the day would not end, the house tipped toward night. I put on my father's cardigan, the one that smelled faintly of machine oil and old wood shavings, and lay on the couch with the letter over my heart. At some point, the radiator hissed steam, and the cat 2 houses down yowled, and a flock of birds lifted from the maple like smoke. The first hour after midnight took itself. At 3:17 the bell struck again. The second bell was not a twin to the first. The first bell had been far and lost and hungry. The second struck close, right where my ear meets my skull, and it had a word inside it. Bells don't speak, you'll say, and I would agree if I hadn't heard it. The bell said 34, but not like a count, like a door number announced by a concierge who will not meet your eyes. My hand found the tape recorder before I knew I'd moved. Even through the cloth, it hummed as if someone had wound a spring inside and set it loose. The tiny key pressed into my palm, teeth leaving little dimples. I untaped the key with my teeth and fed it into the hole on the recorder's side. It fit as if it had grown there. The machine clicked, and a hidden panel slid open on the back, revealing a cavity not much bigger than a cigarette pack. Inside lay the cassette, black, unlabeled, the spools full. When I shook, the tape whispered like someone rubbing fingers over scales. I slid it into place and closed the door. The recorder began to roll without me pressing anything. My father's voice reached me through a throat of static. "Mara," he said, and the sound of my name after the bell made my eyes sting. "If you hear this, then you've heard too. I'm going to tell you something I never told your mother, because if I had, she would have thrown this machine in the sea." He paused, and in the pause I could hear something else behind him. The slow strike of water into wood, the far rumble of a boat engine that never drew closer. Then he spoke again. "When you were 7, you wrote a name on your wrist. I saw it. I washed it off when you slept. It came back in the morning. The next day, there were wet footprints on the stair, starting at the top and going down. They dried from the bottom first. I told your mother it was the radiator, but I knew better. I knew because my father had heard the bell the first winter he lived here and told me what not to do. He told me to keep my promises no matter what the house asked. He told me there would always be one stair more than we can pay for." Another breath. A little cough. I stepped on it, Mara. I stepped because I thought I could choose what it took since I chose to be the one to step. That's not how it works. The house doesn't bargain. It just counts. My skin prickled. The bell seemed to ring again under his words, as if the recording carried a stain from the night he made it. I wanted to shut it off, but my hand would not move. "I'm not making sense," he said, and I could hear him rubbing his forehead, the way he had when he held a wiring diagram and the lines confused him. "Listen, there are 34 parts to this, meaning 34 nights if you keep on. Every bell, the house tries to grow. When it does, memories come down like fog, old ones that aren't yours, new ones you wish weren't. People you loved and people you asked never to see again. The house tries to put them at your feet so you'll step where it wants. It wins if you want what it shows more than you want the stairs to stay as they are. If the stair appears, do not step. Not to clean, not to chase, not to catch what you think you've lost, not to grab the child you hear crying at the top." I pressed the recorder closer because I could hear my father's breath roughen. "The tide clock will guide you," he said. "If the hand moves, you still have time. If it stays at low tide, don't talk, don't pray, don't call any names. Not your own, not anyone else's. Keep your mouth shut. The house keeps what you say on those nights. And if you have to open a drawer for what comes next, use the little key I left with this cassette. Drawer 11 won't open without it." The machine clicked. The tape whirled on. Then something else entered the recording, a softer voice, threaded through like a seam. It sounded like my mother. "She has been dead 12 years. Don't tell her," the voice whispered. "She'll try to save you." "I have to," my father said. And his voice changed into the one he used when he told me not to slip on the ice. "It's the only way she won't try to save me." The tape ended. The recorder kept turning for 9 heartbeats and stopped. I stood up in a house that felt taller than it had before and went to the hall chest. I held the little black key. Drawer 11, empty, always stuck when you wanted yarn. Loose when you wanted an excuse to curse. Slid out and stopped with a soft thud, as if it had knocked a forehead on the frame. Something lay inside a folded sheet of butcher paper tied with red thread. The thread unknotted without any fuss. Inside the paper was a map of the house, not one from the city office. No nice lines, no scale, just a hand-drawn plan like a child makes. The rooms were labeled the way my father had labeled jars in the pantry front room. Good bedroom, bad bedroom if it leaks, bath where the window whistles. But the plan also showed stairs where there were none, staircases branching from closets, spindles growing into cellar walls, steps that ended at windows. In the margin, my father had written numbers that did not correspond to anything a contractor would recognize. I didn't, at first, see the pattern. Then, as I traced the lines with my finger, the bell rang a third time. You'll say I'm lying. A third ring when the letter said I should wait for the second. You'll say, I wrote this after the fact and put a third bell in because stories need to climb. They need to whisper something worse is coming, and then make it come right now. I wish that were the trick. But the third bell came, and with it a smell so clean and cold and sharp that my eyes watered. I turned toward the stair and saw, at the top landing, a shadow where a new step might have crouched if the light were better. I took one step, then two. I counted without thinking. 120, 228. No, that's not counting. That's remembering 20. 2's gouge, and 20, 8's crack, and 30's squeal when you press it with your heel. I reached the landing and the air above it thinned, as if someone had taken a scoop out of the room. The 34th stair was there. It did not glisten or pulse. It just waited like a rower's back as he leans forward for the next stroke. On it lay a loop of wet hair. You want to know something about me? When my mother died, I cut off all my hair and left it on the porch in a grocery bag, an offering without knowing to whom. My father burnt it in the grill behind the house and shouted at me for the first time since the funeral. He said, "Do you want to make a ladder for what's got no hands?" I thought he'd lost his mind. Now the 34th stair held a curl, just like the ones that swelled in the sink that winter when hair fell faster than I could sweep. It shone. It dripped without dripping. You don't know what that means until you see it. The idea of wet, all sheen and pull, with no drops. It's worse than blood. The stair waited for my foot. I thought this is a trap. I thought keep your mouth shut. I thought the tide clock. I ran back down and into the kitchen. The red thread trailing like a tail from the butcher paper, and the hand on the tide clock had moved. Not up toward high tide. It had moved into an angle that wasn't marked on the brass face. It had crawled off the dial itself and rested in the space between LOW and the plate. My throat closed and I opened it to say my own name, the way people do when they are lost, and then clapped my hand over my mouth because of my father's warning. Don't say any names. From the stairwell came a sound. Not the bell, not a voice. The brief slapping of a foot on wood, the hush of a body pivoting and stepping away, the rush of a person turning to keep her balance. It was me, on a different night, stepping too fast down 24. But I was here and there, and the sound made sense in a way that hurt. I thumbed the recorder button. It pushed back, as if the machine wanted to keep hold of whatever was inside. Then it yielded. The tape began to spin again, and my father's voice returned. "If it gives you hair," he said, as if he sat behind the wall with his mouth pressed to a glass, "don't touch it. It wants you to remember in your fingers. If it gives you a toy, don't kick it. If it gives you your mother's shoes, throw them into the stove. If it gives you your own voice, don't answer back." It gave me a stare, I whispered, before I could stop myself. The recorder clicked. My father didn't answer, of course, he could not. But the static thickened, as if something drew near the microphone and listened with me. I am not brave. I am good at making lists and better at ignoring what's on them. I wanted to leave the house then. Every nerve begged me to step outside and slam the door on the stair. so that the stair would stay inside and I would be free to breathe sea air that belonged to everyone. But the house isn't only ours, he'd written. That means it is, in some hard way, mine. It means if I ran, the stair would make a new door where the wall needed one and come into town behind me. So I stood in my father's kitchen with his letter in my pocket and the key in my palm and waited. That's how the house gets you, you think, by wearing your patience thin until you step where you swore you wouldn't. But the house is smarter than that. It waits until you are calm. It waits until you have tucked yourself into a small shape that will not bump anything. Then it brings you a thing you can't possibly ignore. At 3:23, the stove clock clicked from 3:22 to 3:23 with a tiny pop, and I know because I watched, something slid down the stair. It bumped 20, 8, squeaked on 30, and came to rest on the 10th step, so that the little chirper gave one soft sound of surprise. It was a cassette, not the one from the recorder, a different one, older, with a label written in my mother's hand. For Mara. My throat worked. I wanted to call her the way a child calls into a store when she gets separated from her mother in the toy aisle. But I kept my mouth shut. I picked up the cassette and ran my thumb over the label. The tape inside was eaten at the left edge, as if something had taken a bite. My father's wax seal had that same notch. That couldn't be right, but the body knows what it knows, and my arms prickled. I slid the tape into the recorder. The machine whined as if it did not want this. Then the reels began to turn. The first sound was not her voice. It was water. Not the crush of surf. Not the chuckle of a brook. Harsh, swift water shoving at timbers, dragging rope, sweeping salt through joints where it would sit and chew. And then, under the water, a lullaby. I had not heard that lullaby in 20 years, and in an instant I was a child again with a fever, watching the lamplight make a circle on the ceiling, listening to my mother sing the tune without words, just hums and breaths. The recorder hissed. The lullaby stopped. My mother spoke. "If you're listening, little saltfish," she said, her pet name for me, because I was narrow and strong when the current caught me. "Then your father told you to wait for the second bell, didn't he? He never could bear the thought that I'd be the first voice you heard after the water. Bad news, you heard mine. Good news, you heard mine." She laughed, and the laugh had no edge on it. "The house lies," she said. "It lies by showing you what you want most to see. That's all lying is, in the end. A picture of a thing that is sweeter and closer than the thing itself. If it gives you my voice, remember that I kept a box under the bed with your teeth in it, because I couldn't throw them away. That's your mother. That's me. The house won't remember that. The house will make me tidier. It will make me kinder. It will take away the way I bit my tongue when I concentrated. It will take away the 2 seconds between the end of my song and the kiss I gave you at the hairline. Watch for the gap. The gap is the only part you can trust." The cassette clicked and rolled on. My mouth stung where I had bitten it without noticing. I pressed the heel of my hand against it like that could push the ache back into my jaw where it belonged. 34 nights, she said softly. That's what it wants. It won from us because your father loved a bargain and I loved to be right, and the house is neither. It only counts. Keep your mouth shut when the clock won't move. That way it can't count you. It counts what you give it. Don't give it names. Don't give it songs. Don't give it kisses. Don't give it footsteps. The tape stopped. Not a gentle stop, a slam against the end. I pulled it out, set it on the counter, and stood there with the recorder warm in my hands while the house settled around me like an animal around a wound. You want a twist? A turn I didn't see coming. Here it is. I didn't see the message on my palm until I raised the recorder to set it down. There, in ink that had not been there before, my 12-year-old handwriting, Luke J.O.H. If you've listened, you know that name. My cousin. My first friend. The boy who dragged the phonograph cabinet down the stairs and took the gouge at 20, 2 as a badge. The boy who drowned when I was 13. I had written his name on my wrist 100 times that winter, because I thought if you keep a name close, the owner cannot go far. I had not written this, and yet the hand on my own arm said I had. I rinsed the ink with water from the tap. The name did not blur. Instead, it sharpened, as if water wakes ink. I turned off the tap. I sat. I tried not to think. The tide clock did not move. From upstairs, across the hush that houses keep for those who sit awake at night, came the sound of a light step on a stair. Then another, not down toward me, up, as if someone climbed past 33 and found one more rise to take. "Don't you dare," I whispered. It was a prayer, though I didn't mean it to be. The house kept the words. I felt it in the way the floor cooled beneath my feet, the way the air stretched. On the hall wall, under the oil painting of a whale breaching, the shadow of the banister angled sharp. A figure paused there for the length of 2 heartbeats and turned its head as if it would speak. The shadow's mouth opened. No sound came out. It pivoted and went up where there is no up. I sat until dawn because there was nothing else to do. The bell did not ring again. The 34th stair was gone in the morning. On the 10th step, where the cassette had rested, a brittle hair curled into a question mark. I lifted it with a dish card and slid it into an envelope. I do not know why. Maybe I thought that if I could keep a piece of it, I could learn its trick. After breakfast, toast, cold and dry. Because the butter looked like it had been handled by hands that had forgotten heat. I took the map from drawer 11 and spread it on the kitchen table. I traced the extra stairs, counted their strange angles, and found a set that led not up or down, but sideways into the wall behind the pantry. Next to that little drawing my father had written, "Don't." That's all. Don't. I went to the pantry and tapped the wall. It tapped back. Not hollow. Not solid. A third sound, like something listening and deciding how to answer. It is not an ending you want, I know. You want me to open the wall, or throw the recorder into the sea, or step on the stair and vanish with a scream, so you can tell yourself you would not make my mistake. But this is part 1, and I have to tell it the way it happened. Later, I will tell you about the hollow-eyed choir that warmed their hands at a stove that wasn't lit, about the red thread knotted into the drift net in the attic, about the whisper that counted backward from 34 until the water in the pipes turned black. I will tell you about the mirror that lagged, and about the night I caught up to my own reflection, and it caught back. I will tell you which names not to keep in your mouth. For now, I will leave you with this image, the sun clawing through a thin winter cloud, the tide clock refusing to rise, and me sitting in a house that had grown a step and then forgotten it, holding a map that showed stairs walled off since before my father was born. There are 34 parts to this, and I've told you one. There are 33 nights left, unless I count wrong, unless the house has already counted me, unless the bell rings again at 3:17 with a 4th stroke that promises a stair my feet can't resist. If you stay with me, if you keep your own mouth closed when I tell you what I said next, you might learn how to keep your house at the number it ought to be. But if the bell finds you before I tell you more, then remember this: do not step on the extra stair. Not to clean, not to test, not because it offers you what you lost. Don't give it names. And whatever you hear when the tape hisses, lullaby, sob, your own voice, watch for the gap. The gap is still mine, and as long as it's mine, there is a piece of me the house cannot count. It started with the drain. You wouldn't think something so ordinary could be the next piece, but that's how it works, doesn't it? You overlook the little things, until they start showing up where they shouldn't. Like a whisper in the wrong room, like a childhood song with a verse you swear you never learned. The day after the 3rd bell, after the stair vanished and the tape fell silent, I found the first hair in the bathroom sink. Long, black, damp. Now, listen, my hair has been short for years. Practical. A choice I made after my mother passed. I chopped it off in a fevered attempt to change everything about myself. This hair wasn't mine. It curled slightly at the tip, like it had been submerged and dried with salt still clinging to it. It was too long, too unfamiliar. I plucked it from the drain with 2 fingers, disgusted but curious, and let it fall into the toilet bowl. It floated, refusing to sink, just circling slowly, like it knew it had time. That was the first. The second showed up that evening in the bathtub, coiled around the plug chain like a question. It hadn't been there that morning. I hadn't taken a bath. I hadn't even walked past the tub. But there it was, nestled like it belonged. I started checking the drains obsessively after that, tugging open the stopper in the sink, flicking on the shower to chase out any stray pieces, watching the water swirl just a little slower than it should. By the 3rd day, I didn't have to look. The hair started appearing in places I couldn't ignore, twined around the tap, floating in my glass of water, pressed between the pages of the book I left on my pillow. Always the same long black, damp, with that faint briny smell like something pulled up from the bottom of a harbor. I began to feel watched. Not in the usual sense. Not eyes on your back in a dark room, not the paranoia that comes with silence. This was something more tactile, like a presence pressing gently against the surface of my thoughts. I couldn't sleep properly, not because of noise, but because of the stillness. The house held its breath at night, waiting. Each morning I counted the stairs. 33. Each night I waited for the bell. The 4th bell didn't come on the 3rd night, or the 4th, or the 5th. I began to wonder if I had imagined the pattern. Maybe it didn't ring every night. Maybe the house didn't follow rules. Maybe that's what made it dangerous. Then came the whisper. It wasn't a voice I recognized at first. It spoke from the drain in the bathroom late one night, just after I brushed my teeth and spat into the sink. The sound was faint. So faint I thought it might have been my own breathing echoing weirdly. A wet consonant. A suggestion of a syllable. I leaned in, water dripping slowly from the tap, the mirror fogging slightly even though the room was cold. Marma, the voice gurgled from the pipe. I stepped back, fast. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would punch a hole through my ribs. I didn't scream. I wish I had. I just stood there, bare feet freezing on the tile, toothbrush still in hand. I remember staring into the mirror in half, expecting it to show someone else's face. But it was me. Me with wide, sleepless eyes. Me with that faint wet smell now, clinging to the collar of my shirt. Me with my mouth closed tight because if I opened it, I didn't know what might come out. I ran the water, full blast, and kept it running until the mirror cleared and the voice stopped. But when I turned off the tap and silence returned, I heard a drop fall into the drain, and then the faintest laugh, like a child hiding under the floorboards. The next morning, drawer 11 held something new. Not a map this time. A photograph. Old. Faded. Curled at the corners. It showed the front steps of the Salt Hill house, but not as I knew them. In the photo, there were 5 steps. Always had been 3. I was certain of it. The porch boards were different too. Thicker, wider, darker, and glistening like they'd just been varnished. In the corner of the photo was a smudge. I held it to the light, thinking it was just age, but the smudge was a figure. Bent. Hair covering its face. Standing one stair higher than the others. I flipped the photo. No writing. Just a deep crease where someone had folded it once, hard enough to crack the paper. I tucked it back into the drawer and shut it carefully. As if the photo might try to escape, I needed air. Outside, the sea was steel gray and churning. The wind had picked up. Salt Hill town seemed unchanged. People walking dogs, shops opening, kids waiting for the bus. But every movement felt like it lagged by a second. like the town had become a copy of itself, slightly out of sync. At the corner bakery, the woman behind the counter looked at me too long. She handed me coffee without asking what I wanted. "Are you staying up there?" she asked. I nodded, unsure what else to say. "You remember him, don't you?" she asked. "Your cousin, Jonah." The word came out before I could stop it. She flinched. Not a big movement. Just enough. "You shouldn't say his name," she muttered. Not out loud. Not near water. I left the coffee behind. My hands were shaking. Back at the house, the front steps were the same as ever. 3. But the porch board seemed darker. Still wet, even though the sun had come out. I pressed one booted foot down and it squelched. Not soaked. Just damp. That night, I avoided the bathroom. I didn't brush my teeth. I didn't look in the mirror. I tried to pretend everything was fine, that I could go one more night without incident. But the house doesn't wait for permission. At 3:17, the bell rang again. Not from upstairs. This time, from the bathroom. It didn't echo like before. It struck once, sharp and close, like someone had tapped a tuning fork against the porcelain sink. I froze. The air tightened. From the kitchen, the tide clock let out a slow creak. I looked. The hand pointed straight down again. Low tide. Not moving. The rules were clear. If the clock didn't move, I couldn't speak. I couldn't respond. But what about movement? Could I walk? Could I go look? Or was the very act of curiosity the mistake it wanted? I stayed put. Then the water began to run. From the bathroom, I heard the faucet turn on. Not violently, gently, thoughtfully, like someone was preparing a bath. A low trickle. Then more. Then the sound of water hitting porcelain with weight. It went on. Long enough for me to imagine the tub filling. Long enough for me to imagine something in it. Then the soft splash. As if someone settled into the bath. The recorder clicked on by itself. It was in the living room, next to me, on the table. No tape. But it clicked and whirred and began to hum like it had done before. I stared at it in horror. It clicked again. Then a voice, not my father's, a child's. "Come in," it whispered. "It's warm now. I saved you a place." The voice had that smile behind it. The kind that children use when they've broken something important and want you to see what's inside. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The sound of water sloshing in the tub grew louder, more agitated. As if whoever was in there had grown impatient. Then silence. A sharp, deliberate silence. And the bathroom door creaked open. I didn't look. I waited. Waited until sunrise. Waited until the pipes stopped groaning and the floor stopped creaking. When the light filtered through the curtains, I finally stood. I walked toward the bathroom with every part of me screaming not to. The door was open. The faucet was off. The tub was empty. Dry. Bone dry. Not a drop, but in the sink, nestled against the drain, was a single child's tooth. Still damp. Still red at the root. And curling around it, another black strand of hair. I didn't touch it. I left it there. Later that morning, drawer 11 opened itself. Inside was another note. This one short. My father's hand again. The house knows you remember now. That was the 4th. The next bell won't be a bell. I looked out the window and saw that the front steps now numbered 4. And the 4th one was still wet. There's a kind of silence only old houses can make. It isn't quiet. It's the sound of wood remembering, of glass holding its breath, of nails loosening by fractions over decades. Salt Hill House had that kind of silence. And by the 5th day, it had begun to listen in, not just passively, not like walls holding on to heat or echoing your steps a second later. It listened. With interest. You'll think I'm exaggerating, and maybe I would too, if it weren't for what happened with the window. It began the morning after the 4th bell, after the faucet turned itself on, and the bath filled with no one visible, after I found the child's tooth in the sink wrapped in hair that hadn't grown from anyone living. I tried to rationalize. Grief hallucination, bad sleep, mold spores, anything, but every possible reason demanded I ignore what my own hands had touched. That morning, I closed the bathroom door and taped it shut from the outside with 2 strips of electrical tape. Then I slid the hall chest in front of it, a piece of heavy furniture I'd once used to keep my younger cousins from wandering into the attic. It wasn't enough. At 10:04 a.m., I heard a single knock. Not from the front door. Not the back either. It came from the far wall of the living room, where no door exists, only the high, narrow window that faces the overgrown garden out back. A window that hasn't opened in decades, sealed with old paint and disuse. A window I rarely look through. The knock came again. Measured, polite. I sat perfectly still on the couch, tape recorder on the table in front of me, drawer 11's latest message resting beneath my coffee cup like a coaster. My father's words scrawled in pencil. The next bell won't be a bell. If it knocks, don't answer. If it waves, don't wave back. If it writes your name in the condensation, erase it without reading the message. And whatever you do, Mara, don't look into the window when it's dark behind the glass. The air chilled as I read it again. I stood slowly and turned toward the window. I didn't approach. I didn't pull the curtain. I just stared at the space between the drapes where the fabric didn't quite meet. A sliver of glass. A glimpse of what waited. Something moved behind it. Not fast. Not human. A shifting like someone sliding along the outside wall on their belly. Then stillness. I closed the curtain fully and backed away, my heart slamming against my ribs like it wanted to evacuate. The knock came a third time. Louder. This time, the curtain moved. Just slightly, as if a hand had brushed it from the outside. And though I couldn't see through it, I saw the shape behind the cloth. A form standing motionless, tall enough to reach the top of the frame, with no distinction between shoulder and head. Just one long, uneven silhouette. I didn't move. I didn't speak. And then it waved. The shadow lifted one arm slowly, deliberately, and passed it left to right. A child's wave. Something innocent and expectant. I remembered the note, "Don't wave back." I didn't, but something in me wanted to. Not out of politeness. Out of fear. Because there was a crawling sensation that if I didn't respond, it would find a different way in. That this was a test of submission more than kindness. I stepped into the kitchen and opened the junk drawer. Buried beneath old batteries and expired coupons was a roll of duct tape. I carried it back to the window and sealed the curtain shut, top to bottom, edge to edge. My hands trembled so badly the tape folded in places. I didn't care. I just needed it closed. The knocking stopped. For a while. At 1:17 p.m., 10 hours before the usual time, the tape recorder clicked on by itself. I didn't touch it. It began to play. But it wasn't my father's voice. It was mine. Not me speaking into it. Not a memory. Not a recording I had made. It was me talking now. The voice on the tape repeated everything I had said aloud that day, word for word. Even the things I'd whispered. Even the curse I muttered under my breath when I burned my fingers on the toaster. The machine played it back in perfect rhythm. One continuous monologue. But there was something off. My voice stuttered slightly in places I hadn't. Certain syllables stretched longer. Others were rushed like the tape had been cranked unevenly. And near the end, just before it clicked off, there was a sound that didn't belong a wet, dragging inhale, not human. I threw the recorder into the closet and shut the door. That didn't stop the sound. I still heard it clicking behind the wood. I still heard the breath. That night the bell didn't ring. No Bowie sound. No tuning fork tap from the bathroom. Just silence, long and heavy. Until 3:17 struck and the window sang. That's the only word for it. It wasn't music. Not really, but it hummed. A sound like glass under pressure, vibrating at the edge of shattering. A tone too low to register properly, felt more than heard. It rose in my spine like a hand climbing a ladder of nerves. And then I saw the first name appear in the condensation. Jonah. Written backward, as if for someone outside to read. I stood at the threshold of the living room, body taut, watching the letters form one by one. There was no moisture on the glass when I sealed the curtain, but the fog came from nowhere, blooming with unnatural heat. And still, I didn't move. A second name began to write itself beneath it. Mara. I took one step forward, just one, to erase it, to do as my father instructed. But when I reached out, the tape peeled off the curtain by itself, as if someone pulled it free from the other side. The drape slid open with a whisper, and through the glass I saw me, not just a reflection. Me, standing outside, hair soaked and clinging, skin pale blue like she'd been dredged up from a lake. Her eyes were hollow, not missing, just deep, like they opened into something vast, and her lips were moving. I couldn't hear the words, but I knew what she was saying. Let me in. I stepped back, slowly, deliberately. The curtain hung open. The window gleamed with condensation, though the room was freezing. Then her hand reached up and wrote one more name on the glass. Not mine. Mother. I stopped breathing, because I hadn't said that name aloud in weeks. Hadn't even thought it. The thing behind the glass smiled. It was my smile, but wrong, too wide, too certain, and then it vanished, not faded, not dissolved. It popped, like a bubble stretched too thin. I lunged forward and erased every name from the glass with my sleeve. The temperature in the room dropped instantly. Behind me, the recorder clicked again. This time the voice wasn't mine, or my father's, or my mother's. It was Jonah's, low, choked, like water still clung to his lungs. He said only this: don't let her in. She's not ours anymore. And then, before the machine died, one final whisper: look under the tub. I didn't want to. Every bone in my body rejected it. But I knew I would. Because once the house knows you've heard a name, it doesn't stop until you know why. There's a kind of moment when fear doesn't feel sharp anymore. It dulls, blurs the edges. You go from panic to function, not because things stop being terrifying, but because your body gives up on screaming and starts moving anyway. That's how I felt as I stood outside the bathroom door, my breath caught somewhere between my lungs and my throat, listening to the silence beyond the electrical tape I'd used to seal the frame. The same door that had stayed quiet for 2 days. The same one now daring me to open it. The words still rang in my ears. Look under the tub. I hadn't heard Jonah's voice since I was 13, since he vanished. But that whisper, low, bubbling, edged in a kind of hurt I didn't want to think about, was undeniably his. Not just the sound, the weight of it, the slight hitch he used to have when saying certain words, the tired sadness he always carried behind his teeth. The house had remembered him in full, or worse, maybe it hadn't needed to. The chest I'd used to barricade the bathroom was surprisingly light that morning. That should have been my first warning. My father had once pulled a muscle trying to shift it by himself. But now, it moved like a thing that wanted to be moved. I slid it aside, stripped the electrical tape from the frame with trembling fingers, and stared at the door handle. Cold, smooth, still, not a sound from inside. Not a drip, not a creak. I pushed the door open. The air that greeted me was damp, dense with the smell of rot, not sewage, but something older, like the water that clings to shipwrecks, soaked in barnacle skin and forgotten time. The light overhead flickered once and held. Everything looked normal, the mirror slightly fogged, the sink clean for once. The tub empty, but the drain was open. I hadn't left it open. I remembered that clearly. I'd plugged it days ago with a rubber stopper, because I couldn't stand the idea of anything coming up from underneath, but now it was gone. And worse, beneath the rusted chain where the stopper should have been attached was a smear of dark red, blood, or something close enough. I dropped to my knees and reached under the porcelain. The old clawfoot tub sat high enough for me to slide halfway under if I turned sideways. I hesitated. My breath clouded against the tile. There were stories I remembered from childhood, whispered by a girl at school who said her brother saw something crawl from under a tub once. Something white and slick and far too long to fit. I never believed her, not until now. Still, I inched forward, hand first, then arm, shoulder. The flashlight I'd clipped to my belt flickered against the wall as I moved, painting long shadows. The underside of the tub was covered in webbed dust and something that looked like calcified soap scum. But when I ran my fingers along the pipe leading to the drain, I found something else. A box, wooden, about the size of a lunch tin, wedged between two rusted legs. I pulled it toward me with slow, shaking fingers. It resisted. Not stuck, just reluctant, like something anchoring it didn't want to let go. But I yanked hard enough and it slid free. The moment it did, a faint rush of air puffed into my face, and the light above me blinked out for a split second. I didn't scream. I didn't speak. I just backed out from under the tub, clutching the box to my chest like it might vanish if I let it go. It was heavier than it looked. Made of stained black wood, with a strange symbol etched into the lid, 3 vertical lines crossed by a single horizontal slash. I didn't recognize it, but it made my skin crawl. My first instinct was to throw it out the window, smash it open, burn it. But my father's voice rang through my head again, from that first tape. There are 34 parts to this, and I gave 33 of them my years. Don't give it yours. I carried the box into the kitchen and placed it on the table. For a long time, I didn't move, just stared at it. I half expected it to open on its own. It didn't. I finally pried the lid up with a butter knife. Inside, a photograph, folded 3 times. A lock of hair tied with red thread. A child's shoelace knotted tightly around a splinter of wood. And at the bottom, what looked like a finger bone. Small, pale, wrapped in linen that had yellowed with age. The photograph was of Jonah, taken the day he disappeared. I recognized the shirt, striped blue and green. He'd worn it to the docks that afternoon. I remembered because I'd spilled ketchup on it. And we'd argued, and then made up 5 minutes later like kids do. The photo had been taken from behind. He was standing at the edge of the Salt Hill cliffside, near the spot where the rocks drop into the sea. But something about the image was wrong. There was someone standing behind him, barely visible, blurred, taller than anyone I remembered being there that day, dressed in something pale, maybe gray, with no distinguishable face. Just the suggestion of a head bent forward, like they were whispering into Jonah's ear. And his body language, it didn't show fear. It showed listening. Like he was considering what was being said. I dropped the photo. The bone shifted slightly in the box, and then the laugh came. Not from the recorder, from the bathroom. The same laugh I'd heard days ago from the sink. A child's, muffled, wet, echoing through the pipes. It slithered through the air like steam rising from a cracked tile. I turned and walked toward the hallway, heart pounding like a fist on the inside of a locked door. The bathroom was empty, tub dry, sink still, but the mirror had fogged again, and this time, someone had written 2 words into the condensation. You helped. I stepped back, nearly slipped on the wet tile. My breath hitched, and I gripped the doorway to stay upright. I hadn't touched the mirror. No one had. But the message stared back at me with absolute certainty. I wanted to wipe it away, but I couldn't bring myself to move closer. That night, drawer 11 held a new note, shorter than before. No signature. Don't believe everything you don't remember. That was it. No bell rang that night, no knock, no whisper from the recorder. But the silence was worse, because now I understood the shape of it. This wasn't peace, it was coiled anticipation. The house was waiting for something. At 3:17 a.m., the tide clock ticked backward. Not a mistake. Not mechanical error. The hand jerked from low tide back to mid, then froze in place. A metallic whine sang from the clock's face, like the gears inside had locked up. The air thickened. I swear the walls shifted, ever so slightly. outward, like the house took a breath and held it. That's when the first picture frame on the hallway wall tilted. Just a little. Then another, then another. One by one, they turned crooked. Some hung upside down, some angled as if struck. At the end of the hall, the photo of me and Jonah taken the summer before he vanished fell. It hit the floor with a sharp crack. The glass inside didn't break, but when I picked it up, Jonah's face was gone. Not scratched out, not faded, just missing. An empty shape in his place. Like the photo had never had him there at all. But I remembered. I remembered what shirt he wore. What he smelled like after swimming. The way he hated smiling with his teeth. I remembered. Didn't I? From upstairs came the sound of footsteps. Light. Deliberate. Not moving toward me. Away. I climbed the stairs slowly, counting out loud. 33 steps. No more. No less. But when I reached the top, there was a hallway that hadn't existed the day before. Narrow. Unlit. Lined with dark wooden doors. At the end a window. No light behind it. But something moved beyond the glass. And I knew without being told the house was ready for part 5. And I would have to walk into it. The hallway at the top of the stairs had never been there before. I was sure of it. I grew up in this house. Spent long nights lying in bed counting the boards in the ceiling, memorizing every creak and knot in the walls. The upstairs layout was simple: 3 bedrooms, a linen closet, and a narrow pull-down attic hatch no one had opened in years. But now, after the tide clock ticked backward, after Jonah's face vanished from our old photo, there stretched a corridor I didn't recognize. Narrow, dark, too long to fit within the house's known frame, and lined with 6 doors. They weren't new doors. That would have been easier. These doors were old, older than the house itself, it seemed. Heavy, warped wood with rusted knobs and hinges so black they looked scorched. Each door had a number carved into it, not with any finesse, just gouged in with something sharp and angry. 1 through 6, no names, no clues. Only a creeping sense that these weren't doors meant to be opened, at least not by me. I stood at the edge of the new hallway, unsure whether the floor would hold if I stepped forward. It didn't creak. That worried me more than if it had. Would that quiet in a house like this had no business being trusted? I didn't call out. I didn't test the light switch because there wasn't one, and I didn't dare look behind me, because if I did, I was afraid the hallway might disappear. Or worse, trap me. Instead, I focused on the doors. I took slow, measured steps forward. Each step drew a breath from the house. Not air through vents, breath. The kind you feel more than hear. Like something with lungs was curled just out of sight. I stopped in front of door 1. The number had been scratched in with so much force that the wood had splintered. A thin line of something dark had dried in the groove. Blood or rust or some mix of both. My hand hovered near the handle. I didn't want to open it, but I knew this was what the house wanted. Or maybe not wanted, required. The difference mattered. I turned the knob. It opened into a room I hadn't seen since I was 6 years old. My childhood bedroom, exactly as it had been, the blue walls with peeling stickers, the twin bed with faded space, themed sheets, the cracked ceramic lamp shaped like a rocket. Everything was the same, even the stuffed rabbit with the missing eye tucked under the pillow. I stood in the doorway, floored by the accuracy. The room even smelled the same, that faint blend of dust, crayon, and the old apple, scented shampoo I used for years. But the air was too still, and there was no reflection in the mirror. I took a step inside. The door creaked shut behind me. I turned fast, but it was still there. Closed, not gone. I exhaled. Then a whisper: "You lied about the rabbit." The voice was mine, younger, soft, uncertain. I turned slowly toward the bed. The stuffed rabbit sat upright. Its missing eye had been replaced with a button, a black one, glossy and wet. "You said he ran away," the voice said again. I remembered. God help me, I remembered. I had broken its ear off and thrown it away. Cried about it later. Told my mother it had disappeared. Told Jonah it had probably gone looking for its twin in the woods. The rabbit's mouth moved. No lips, just the tear in the seam that now gaped wide. I didn't run, it said. You left me. I backed up. The floor shifted. Not a tilt, a pull. Like something had gripped the base of the boards and was sliding them backward, drawing me toward the bed. My feet didn't move, but the room did, inch by inch. Rabbit closer, the space behind me closing. I grabbed the doorknob, twisted. It held. I yanked harder. A scream built in my throat, not fear, but guilt. A child's guilt. Raw and unreasonable and real. The bed creaked. The rabbit fell forward. Its button eye rolled and tracked me. Do you want to leave me again? It asked. That's when the light snapped off. Pitch black. The kind of dark that smothers. That wraps around your mouth and nose and whispers all your secrets back to you. Then the doorknob turned on its own. The door opened. The hallway beyond was waiting. Lit again. Still empty. I ran out and slammed the door behind me. The moment it clicked shut, the air felt lighter, like the house had sighed. Door 1, done, but not gone. I looked back. The number had changed. It no longer read 1, it read ME. The next door, number 2, was cracked open already. That chilled me in a different way, because the house had shown me what it looked like when I chose to enter. This was a door already expecting me. I didn't want to go in, but I knew the rules by now. This house doesn't repeat itself. If it opens a door, you answer it. Inside the room was not a memory. Not exactly. It was a kitchen, familiar in structure, unfamiliar in detail. The table was set for 3. A man sat at the head. His face was in shadow. A woman stood at the stove, back turned. She stirred something that hissed like boiling salt water. The 3rd chair was empty. Mine. I stepped forward and the floor gave slightly under my weight, not with a groan, but a sigh. The man raised his head, my father, but younger. Not quite as I remembered. His eyes were darker, too dark, and when he smiled, his teeth were stained red. Glad you came, he said, in a voice that didn't match his face. We were just about to start. The woman turned. My mother, or something wearing her shape. Her hair was wrong. Too smooth, too shiny, like wet paint molded into curls. Her arms bent at unnatural angles, stirring a pot that smelled like metal and seaweed. I couldn't move. You left us hungry, my mother, Thing said, setting a plate on the table. On it a piece of driftwood shaped like a hand. Still damp. The hand opened. Eat, the voice behind me whispered, or we'll have to find someone else to take your place. I turned. At the 4th wall of the room, a mirror, and in the mirror was Jonah, floating, ice wide, mouth full of seawater. But when I turned to look at the real wall, there was nothing there, just peeling wallpaper. I reached toward the mirror. My fingers touched glass. Cold, but no reflection. Just Jonah staring at me, lips moving silently. I leaned in, and the mirror shattered, from the inside, not into my hand, but away from it, as if something had struck from within. The entire room trembled. My father, Thing stood. So did the mother, Thing. They started toward me, mouths open in unison, saying no words. Just a sound, the 4th bell. Not a ring, a chime made of breath. I turned and fled through the door, out into the hallway. Slammed the door behind me. This time the number changed before my eyes. From 2 to WE. I stepped back. Muyi, a sentence forming, or a threat. The hallway grew longer behind me. 2 more doors appeared. Number 7. Number 8. But I hadn't opened 3 through 6 yet. The house was adding. Counting ahead. Because I wasn't moving fast enough. Because something inside it was waking up. I looked back at door 3. It had no number now. Only a name carved into it. Joan. The house had learned what mattered most to me, and it was going to use it. There was no mistaking the name. Carved into the wood like a confession. Not scratched, not scrawled, carved, deep and deliberate. Each letter pressed into the old wood with the kind of pressure that only grief or guilt could apply. Joman. It wasn't just a label. It was a claim. A declaration. And as I stared at the name, The doorknob turned slowly on its own, creaking with the weight of something on the other side that knew I was there. Knew I was hesitating. Knew I wouldn't walk away. It didn't open all the way, just a sliver. A breath of cool air drifted out, wet, metallic, and heavy with the scent of old rain and dock wood. The house was quiet behind me, no groan, no whisper. But the hallway watched, not with eyes, never that, but with presence. Like the walls were leaning in, waiting to see if I'd be foolish enough to go through. Of course I was. I pushed the door open. Inside was the sea. Not a room, not a memory, the sea. Endless, gray, alive with the threat of a coming storm. It churned in front of me, just a few feet from the threshold. No sand. No transition. One step beyond the door and the floor dropped into deep water. Cold mist clung to everything. And there, rising from the center of that black ocean like an accusation, was the dock. Not just any dock, the one Jonah had disappeared from. I hadn't seen it in years. The town had torn it down after the accident, claiming it had become too dangerous. Too many warped planks. Too many stories. But here it was, complete, unrotted, whole. Except now it stretched out longer than it ever had in life. A seemingly endless pier, vanishing into a mist that refused to part. And standing at the end of it, just visible through the fog, was a boy. Still, facing away, head down. Jonah. It had to be. My heart slammed once, twice, then settled into a slow, sick rhythm. I didn't want to walk that dock. My body knew better. But I stepped forward anyway. The boards groaned beneath my feet, not because they were old, but because they remembered. I could feel it in the way they shifted slightly under my steps, like they were adjusting to my weight, my guilt, my memory. The closer I got, the colder the air became. The wind picked up, carrying whispers that didn't match the movement of the water. Words that sounded like mine, but weren't. Things I never said, things I might have said if I'd been more cruel or more careless. Little variations of truth, whispered back to me in my own voice. Go on without him. He's always holding you back. You wished it was him, not your mother. I gritted my teeth and kept walking. As I approached the end, the figure sharpened. It wasn't Jonah. It was a Jonah. Wearing the striped shirt he vanished in, standing exactly how he did the last time I saw him. Feet together, shoulders tense, hands balled into fists at his sides. But there was something off. His skin was too pale, the color of fish bellies and fog. His hair hung wet over his face. And when he turned, finally, to look at me, I saw that his eyes were not eyes. They were mirrors, each one small, round, reflecting my face in tiny, warped fragments. Mara, he said, and my name echoed. Not out into the water, but inward into my chest, into my bones. I don't blame you, he continued, voice thin and waterlogged. But she does. Who? I asked, though I already knew. He didn't answer. Instead, he knelt, and with slow, painful motion, placed something on the boards in front of him. A cassette tape. My breath caught. I didn't drown, he whispered. Not at first. I blinked, unsure if I'd heard him right. My fingers closed around the tape, and it was warm. Not soaked, not ruined, intact. Then what? I began. But he was gone, just like that. One blink and the dock was empty. The water surged against the posts, harder now, angry. And then the sky cracked, not with lightning, but with sound. A great tearing, as if the horizon itself had split open, and something had begun to crawl out. The dock shuddered. The boards behind me began to sink, one by one. I turned and ran. Each step barely made it before the wood dropped into the sea. Behind me, something followed, not fast, not loud, but steady. Like a wave that knew it would eventually reach shore. I leapt through the doorway just as the last board gave way, and the door slammed shut behind me. Back in the hallway, panting, shaking, salt clinging to my skin, I held the tape in both hands. The label was written in a familiar scrawl. Mara Pelioyolyifio remember. I took it to the recorder, still resting on the table downstairs. Still warm, always warm. Like it breathed. The moment I slid the tape in, it clicked without me pressing play. And the voice that filled the room wasn't Jonah's. It was mine. A recording I didn't remember making. But the voice was me, age 12, scared, crying. I didn't mean to, the girl on the tape sobbed. I just wanted him to find it. I thought if he followed the rope, he'd come back with something to show me. A pause. He said he saw her in the water. Said Mom was down there. Said she was calling his name. Another pause. Then, quieter, I dared him. I dared him to go closer. Silence. Then one final line, in a flat, hollow voice I didn't call for help. The tape stopped. My knees gave out, because I remembered. Not everything. But enough. Enough to know that I had stood on that dock. That I had tied a rope from the piling to the outer post, and told Jonah to follow it like a game. That I watched him laugh and step into the mist, chasing a voice we both thought we imagined. That I let go of the rope too soon. That I didn't scream until the water was quiet again. The house hadn't made that memory up. It had just waited for me to let it in. From upstairs, one of the remaining doors creaked open. Not by force. Not with threat. Just invitation. The hallway called again. But this time, I wasn't alone. The mirror in the foyer had changed. Now, when I looked into it, I didn't see myself. I saw Jonah, not the drowned boy, not the mirrored eyes, but Jonah as he was, smiling, alive, reaching toward the glass with one hand, as if to remind me, there's still more you don't remember. And the house isn't done showing you yet. It took me a long time to go back upstairs. Not because I was afraid, though I was, but because I needed time to sit with what I'd just heard, what I'd remembered. My knees still ached from hitting the floor. My palms bore little crescents where I'd clenched my own nails too hard. The sound of that tape, my own voice, young and broken, played over and over in my head like a ghost turning a crank on a broken music box. I dared him. I didn't call for help. It's one thing to fear a haunted house. It's another thing entirely to realize you helped build it. I finally stood up. The air in the Salt Hill house felt heavier than before, as if the walls themselves had sagged with the weight of my admission. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step taking effort, my body unsure if it should carry me back to that hall. When I reached the top, the impossible hallway was waiting unchanged, dim-hushed, lined with doors, some still numbered, some now labeled with names or fragments of words I hadn't yet said aloud. But one door stood out, not because it opened, but because it was already ajar, just enough to show me a sliver of rope, thick, frayed at the ends, salt, stiffen. I didn't need to guess what it meant. The game. The rope game. The one Jonah and I had played the summer before he vanished. I had nearly forgotten it. It was a game we made up ourselves, some twisted blend of hide and seek and chicken. You tied a long rope to the edge of the dock, looped it around your wrist, and walked backward into the fog until you couldn't see the shore. Whoever lasted longest without pulling the line to come back won. But there were rules, always rules. 1, never speak once the fog swallows you. 2, never look over your shoulder. 3, if the rope tugs twice, run. That's what we told ourselves. Just stupid kids making up stories to make our summer boredom feel like something sacred. Like we were unlocking secret rules to the world. We thought we were so clever, so brave, until Jonah didn't come back. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was dockwood gray, soaked in mist. No walls, no floor, just planks floating in fog. The same rope from our game lay coiled at my feet. Not just a replica, the actual rope. I knew because it still had the red plastic bead we'd tied on one end to mark where to grab. Across from me stood a second figure, not Jonah, myself, but not quite younger. 13, maybe. Eyes wide. Mouth closed tight like she'd been told not to speak. She stood barefoot on the wet wood, arms at her sides, staring at the same rope. She looked like I remembered from that summer, but her expression, it wasn't mine. It wasn't even familiar. It was blank. emotionless. I watched her kneel, tie the rope around her wrist, and pick up the other end. Then she looked at me, right into me, through me, and she smiled. But it wasn't a happy smile, it was tight, knowing. The way a child smiles when they've figured out they're about to get away with something. Without a word, she walked backward into the fog, letting the rope uncoil as she vanished. I hesitated. My mouth was dry. The air felt electric, like a storm about to break. The end of the rope lay in front of me, waiting. I should have turned back, but instead, I picked it up. As soon as I touched it, the fog swallowed the room. I couldn't see anything. Just white, endless, damp air curling around my face. The rope burned cold against my fingers, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then came the first tug, gentle, almost playful, like someone testing if I'd pull. I didn't. I gripped tighter. And then, the whisper, "She's under the dock." I froze. It wasn't my voice. It was my mother's. But I knew she was dead. I'd watched her fade in the hospital, lungs failing, hands withering to bone. I'd buried her myself. I'd scattered her ashes just past the breakwater. "She's under the dock, Mara," the voice said again. And it wasn't coming from the rope. It was below me. I looked down. There were gaps between the planks now, wide enough to see through, wide enough to see water sloshing below, black and slick, and something moving just beneath the surface. I squeezed my eyes shut. Don't speak. Don't look. Don't follow the voice. Another tug. Stronger this time. Then the third voice. Jonah's. "She's not alone." That nearly broke me, because I had asked that exact question the night he disappeared. Crying into my pillow, face buried deep, I had whispered, "Is he alone?" Now, somehow, he was answering. The rope began to tighten in my hand, pulling harder, trying to drag me forward into the fog. And the voice changed. Not Jonah. Not my mother. Something else. "You promised," it said. The words carried weight, not loud but full, like they'd been spoken 1,000 times before, like I had promised, something I didn't remember, or had refused to. The rope tugged again. 2 quick jerks. The rule, 2 pulls run. But I didn't let go, because I needed to know. "Mara," the voice whispered from below. "Come see what you left me with." I bent slowly, holding the rope with both hands, and peered through the plank gaps, and saw her, my mother. Not bloated or monstrous or skeletal. Not a horror movie corpse, just her. Face pale, eyes open, floating inches below the surface. Mouth wide as if she'd been caught mid-scream. But no sound. No bubbles. No breath. Only her hand reaching up through the water, clutching the other end of the rope. She was the one pulling. I screamed. Finally, and the fog scattered. When I opened my eyes, I was on the floor of the hallway outside the room. Soaked, hands burned from rope friction. Alone. The door had vanished. In its place a wall. No knob, no hinges. No mark it had ever existed. But scrawled across the wood in wet handwriting were the words, "You looked." I stumbled to my feet. The tide clock downstairs let out a sharp crack. Not a chime, a break, like something inside had snapped. I ran down the stairs, heart slamming, feet slipping on the carpet. The tide clock's glass was shattered. The brass hand had spun wildly, and now rested not at high, not at low, but straight upward, pointing at nothing. A cassette tape sat beneath it, coiled in seaweed. The label said, "Part of her is still here." I didn't press play. I couldn't. Instead, I turned to the mirror in the hall. Jonah's face was gone. Now, it was my mother. She looked just like she did in the water, and her lips were moving. I stepped forward to hear, pressed my ear to the glass, and this is what I heard. "She traded a promise for your breath. 34 parts, 1 for each stair. When the last step forms, one of us stays." Then the mirror cracked. From the inside, and behind me, the house creaked softly, like it had just added another stair. The mirror didn't just crack. It split clean through the center like a wound, a single dark vein running from top to bottom. I stared at my mother's reflection as the glass buckled inward, not shattering outward as glass normally does, but pulling in, like the surface was trying to fold back into itself. Her mouth never stopped moving. Silent, deliberate, looping through a message I could feel under my skin, but still couldn't fully understand. She traded a promise for your breath. The words circled in my head like rotten water, repeating with that same sickly lurch. The tide clock at my side was still broken, the brass hand frozen skyward, pointing at nothing, and yet it felt more precise than any timekeeping I'd ever known. Behind me, the staircase groaned. Not from weight, not from shifting wood. It groaned like it was waking up. I turned, and there it was, the 34th stair, not growing at the top like before, not creeping quietly into view. This one was forming at the bottom. Below the first step, where there had never been space, a low wooden plank jutted from the floor, just a few inches high, damp, raw, barely sanded, as if the house had inverted the sequence. The 34 steps weren't just a countdown anymore. They were a trap closing at both ends. I moved toward it slowly, every hair on my arms standing at attention. My fingers twitched toward the recorder, but I didn't reach for it yet. I just stood at the foot of the staircase, watching the new stair grow. It pulsed slightly, swelling like breath. The grain of the wood glistened, and I could swear I saw a fingerprint pressed into the center. Too large to be mine, too small to be safe. And that's when I heard footsteps, not above me, behind me, slow, steady, barefoot. I turned fast. The hallway was empty, but something was wrong, subtly, terribly. The front door looked older than it had that morning. The wallpaper near the kitchen was a different color, no longer the faint, faded cream, but something closer to the yellow we'd had when I was a child. The light fixture was a different shape entirely. The house had reversed. I spun back to the staircase. The rest of the steps had changed. Where once they bore the usual wear, nail scratches, old varnish, uneven boards, now they were pristine, untouched, as if they'd just been built. Except for the 13th stair. It was darker, burned looking. A single red thread lay across it like a warning. I took a breath and whispered, "Who's walking them?" The house didn't answer. Not in words. But the mirror did. It clicked. The crack deepened. And my reflection was walking backward. Not in a natural way, not rewinding, but choosing each step in reverse. Moving up the staircase, one foot carefully placed behind the other. My face in the mirror was blank, passive, no awareness in the eyes. But the body, my body, was ascending with terrifying precision, counting in silence. I watched it reach the top landing, turn and face the hallway where the doors waited. Except in the mirror there were no numbers, no names, just shadows standing in place of doors. And they turned their heads, every single one, to face me. I stumbled back. My shoulder slammed into the wall. The reflection didn't flinch. It only raised one hand, my hand, and extended a finger, pointed at the space behind me. I turned again. Drawer 11 was open. The envelope inside was new, black this time, unmarked. I tore it open with trembling fingers and unfolded the note. 7 words: someone has already made the trade. No name, no signature. But I felt the message sink into me like ice. The house wasn't waiting for me to choose anymore. It was waiting for me to notice. The trade had already been made, which meant something had been taken, and something had been given. I ran to the recorder, snapped in the last tape I'd found beneath the tide clock, and pressed play. There was no static this time, only breathing. Familiar, labored. Then a voice, older than any I'd heard on these tapes. Not my father, not my mother, something before them. You were born in the breach, it rasped, in the space between promises kept and promises broken. When the bell first rang, your mother offered her memory for your breath. She forgot you almost completely for 7 days, just long enough for the house to take something from her. And it did. The breath caught, not in fear, in pleasure. It took her voice, her real one, left her with echoes. That's why she stopped singing at night. That's why her lullabies sounded hollow after. I staggered back from the recorder. My mother had once sung to me every night, always the same tune, gentle, humming, warm. But then, one summer, she stopped. Just like that. She claimed she was tired. Then she never started again. I'd believed her. But now I remembered. I remembered waking up to find her sitting at the edge of my bed, mouth moving, no sound coming out. I'd cried. She'd cried harder. My father told me it was a dream. It wasn't. She had given up her voice so I could breathe. Another whisper from the tape, and now you've remembered too much. I hit stop. The recorder refused. It kept playing. You owe the house 34 steps. It's taken them in pieces. One for each door. One for each truth. One for each name you let echo down these halls. The front door of the house creaked open slowly, but the wind didn't blow in. A girl did. She looked like me, the me from years ago. Maybe 10, maybe 11. Dirty knees, a tangled braid, holding a rope in one hand. Her eyes were vacant, and she said, in a voice not hers, we don't need two of you. The hallway screamed, not sound, not a shriek, but the wood, the walls, the wiring, all tightened at once, groaning with tension, humming with fury. The mirror cracked a second time. The tape melted into silence, and the lights flickered off. In that dark, something began walking up the staircase, not toward the rooms, not toward the attic, but up, toward the ceiling, toward the place above this world where forgotten trades are written in rot. I stayed frozen, listening, and then I whispered a name I hadn't dared in years. Mom. The crack in the mirror sealed, not healed, sealed. And for the first time, I heard her voice, not the echo, not the memory, but the real thing. Hush now, she sang from behind the glass. Don't you look back. The house didn't sleep that night. Neither did I. After the mirror sealed and my mother's voice floated through, real, warm, the one I thought was gone forever, the silence that followed wasn't peaceful. It was heavy. Like the house had braced itself for something. Something it knew I'd now have to face. It didn't groan or creak. It waited. And I knew, with a clarity that reached into my marrow, that I'd crossed some line by saying her name. Not broken a rule, exactly, but shattered the illusion that I was still just wandering through old hauntings, solving a mystery like a scavenger hunt. No, that illusion was gone. Now the house was watching, and it was remembering. I could feel it in the way the walls seemed to pulse when I walked down the hallway. In the way the light bulbs flickered not randomly, but in rhythm with my steps. In the way the dust on the floor began to settle in shapes that looked almost like footprints. It was no longer trying to scare me. It was inviting me deeper. Back upstairs, the hallway had changed again. 4 doors now. Only 4. Where once there had been 6 or 8 or maybe more. I couldn't tell anymore. Time was starting to slide sideways. Now there were 4, and only one of them was open. Not wide, just enough. The light inside was red, not glowing, not warm, just red. Like the hue of a brake light caught in fog. The plaque on the door wasn't numbered. It was carved with one-word ledger. I didn't want to go in. God knows I didn't. But I was far past choosing. This wasn't about bravery anymore. This was momentum. This was gravity. This was what happened when a story goes too deep and the floor gives way under your feet. I stepped inside. The room was small, square, with walls paneled in dark wood that looked soaked through with age. Every inch was covered in writing. Names, dates, tallies. Short phrases carved into the grain like tally marks on prison walls. The smell of wet paper filled the air. In the center of the room stood a desk, old, low, with a black leather ledger book resting open and waiting. I approached carefully, my shadow warped on the walls, as though the light in the room came from beneath the floor. The book had no dust, no sign of neglect, just rows and rows of names written in ink, so dark it looked like it had blood through the pages. I didn't recognize most, just one. My mother's. Beside it, a red thread looped into a figure 8, tied in a knot I'd seen 1,000 times before on her sewing table. The page had 2 columns. Give and take in breath, a voice, below that, blank space. Room for more. My father's name came next. Given years, 33, warning, a taken, tongue, sleep, truth, pending I turned the page. And there I was, Mara. Given name, once blood, memory, partial taken, breath, returned Jonah returned. Then, below that, scribbled hastily as if someone had added it just now, reflection in progress, place disputed, I stepped back. Breath caught somewhere between fury and horror. This wasn't just a haunted house, it was keeping score. That's when I noticed the inkwell beside the ledger. Still wet, still moving. Inside something stirred. A slow spiral, like something asleep at the bottom had started to wake. I leaned closer and saw a face ripple just beneath the surface. Not mine, not Jonah's, not my mother's, someone else, watching from the ink, waiting. And then, from behind me, a voice. She thought she was giving you a future. I turned. He stood in the doorway. Jonah, but not the version I saw on the dock, not the waterlogged memory. This one was older, taller, the age he should have been. Dressed in the shirt he wore the day he disappeared, only now it fit his longer arms, broader shoulders. He looked exhausted, worn down, like someone who hadn't slept in years but couldn't quite collapse. She thought the house would take a piece of her and let you live, he said, stepping inside. But it doesn't work like that. The house doesn't want trades. It wants records. He pointed to the ledger. It writes them down, even when no one gives permission, even when no one remembers. That's how it keeps. How are you here? I asked. I was never really gone, he said, just written into the wrong column. My stomach dropped. What column? Yours. And suddenly I understood. The moment I dared him to follow the rope. The moment I let go. The moment I didn't call for help. The house had taken that as a gift. Not an accident. Not a mistake. A choice. And it wrote it down. My name. His life. The columns flipped. I didn't mean to, I whispered. He nodded. I know. But it didn't matter. Not to the house. You gave. It took. That's all it needed. The ink in the well bubbled. Something shifted in the room, and the pages began to flip on their own, faster and faster, until they stopped on a blank sheet, and a pen appeared in my hand. No weight, no temperature. Just there. Waiting. It wants you to balance it, Jonah said, or rewrite what was taken. I shook my head. I don't know how. His face softened. You do. And then he was gone. Not faded. Not vanished. Just gone. As though he'd been erased. The book waited, and my hand moved. Not of its own will, but not entirely against it, either. Some part of me had known, from the first bell, that this wasn't about ghosts or grief. This was about keeping track. About debts. And I had one. I wrote given memory, full taken, guilt, retained, and beside that, I wrote Jonah's name. Then, below it, in shaky hand returned reflection. The moment I finished the sentence, the pen snapped in half. The ink spilled across the page, soaking in like blood and fabric, and the walls groaned, but not with pain, with relief. The door behind me creaked closed. I turned. The handle was no longer metal, it was glass. The hallway was no longer lined with numbered doors, but mirrors. Dozens of them, each warped, each humming faintly. Reflections stared back from every one, all of them me, but not all mine. One mouthed a word I couldn't hear. Another sobbed. Another blood. Another held the red thread between her teeth like a secret she was afraid to swallow. And one of them, at the very end, smiled. Not cruelly. Not with victory. Just peace. As if something had shifted. Even if the house didn't let go, it had loosened its grip. For now. But as I stepped into that mirrored corridor, the walls behind me whispered something I'll never forget. When the 34th step completes, someone must stay. There's something unnatural about walking past yourself over and over. Seeing your face not just once, but fractured in 100 ways. Taller, older, thinner, younger, wounded, grinning, wide-eyed, sleep, starved, even dead. That's what the mirror corridor was. A gallery of me. Versions I remembered, and others I couldn't have. Maybe wouldn't have, if not for this house. Every step I took was reflected back a dozen different ways, and none of them moved exactly as I did. One blinked when I didn't. One trailed behind like it couldn't keep up. One stood perfectly still, mouth open in an endless scream. I kept my eyes forward. It didn't help. The floor was the same faded oak from the rest of the house, but the moment I passed the first mirror, it changed beneath my feet. Grew darker, softer, wet, like walking on soaked rope or seaweed. The walls pulsed faintly, and that same soft whisper I'd heard from the ledger room returned. Quiet, rhythmic, like breath in an empty chest cavity, and with it came something new. Footsteps, not mine. Behind me, measured, bare, dragging slightly, like one leg didn't quite want to follow. I didn't turn. I didn't need to. One of the reflections just ahead, left side, third frame down, showed a shadow trailing me, distorted by the curvature of the glass. It had no face, just long, wet hair and fingers that scraped along the mirror's edge. It was my shape, but hollowed out. A thing wearing my skin without knowing how to be me. I walked faster. The corridor didn't narrow, but it tightened. The walls leaned in. The light dimmed. My breath started fogging the mirrors, and in each new pane, the reflection began to shimmer, waver, like water. Some no longer showed me at all, just the hallway behind, looping infinitely. And then the mirrors began to speak, not out loud, not in unison. One by one, in different voices, my voices, each reflection whispering as I passed. You left me at the dock. You held her hand too late. You said his name when you weren't supposed to. You fed the house with your silence. You promised to stay. You broke it. Each word struck like a pebble against glass, small but cumulative. I gritted my teeth and kept going. At the midpoint of the corridor, I saw her, the other Mara. She stood in front of one of the wider mirrors, her face pale and slack, eyes too large, skin stretched too tight. But it wasn't just that. It was the way she didn't look up when I approached, as if she couldn't see me, only her own reflection, and she was laughing. Quietly, mouth closed, body trembling like someone barely holding it together. I recognized that laugh. It wasn't joy. It was panic, dressed up as control. I slowed, unsure whether to speak. She didn't turn. "Which one are you?" she asked. Her voice was soft, childlike, not in tone, but in how small it felt. Like it didn't belong to someone who'd survived long enough to know better. "I don't know anymore," I said. She smiled, not at me, at the glass. "This one," she whispered, pointing to the mirror in front of her. "This one's mine. It shows the version where I never left the tub." I looked. In the glass, a bathroom drowned in shadow. My body floating, skin bloated, eyes wide. A child's hand reaching from beneath the waterline, holding mine. Jonah, tugging me down. I stayed, she said, still watching the reflection. I didn't fight it. The water was warm. The lullaby was still playing. She looked at me then, and I saw no light in her eyes, only depth. You don't get to leave unless you give it someone else. I felt my stomach twist. "That's not true," I said. "We can break it. We already started to." "Did you look under the attic door yet?" she asked, cutting me off. "What?" Her smile widened. "Every house has a final room. The one that doesn't open until it's ready to end. Ours is up there. It always was." I stepped back. She didn't follow. "I'll see you soon," she whispered. "Or you'll see me." And then she was gone. Not walked away, just not there anymore. I turned and ran. The corridor bent sharply, forming a staircase I hadn't seen until I reached it. The mirrors stopped. The air changed. Everything went still. Ahead, the attic hatch, same as I remembered. Wooden, square, a string dangling from the center. But now it had something painted across it in black ink. Room 34. There it was. The step, the number, the place that had been waiting to complete the count. I reached for the cord. It burned my hand. Not heat. Cold. The kind of cold that means someone else just used it. I looked down. At my feet, a wet footprint. Small, bare, leading up. I pulled the cord. The hatch groaned. Opened. The ladder slid down on its own. Dust scattered. The smell of salt and mold rolled down like fog, and from the darkness above, I heard my own voice whisper, "Don't forget to choose." I looked behind me. The hallway was gone. Only the attic ladder remained. One path. One step left, and I remembered what the mirror had warned. When the 34th step completes, someone must stay. I put one hand on the ladder and climbed. The attic swallowed sound. The second my head broke through the hatch, the rest of the house disappeared beneath me like it had sunk into the ocean. The familiar creaks and sighs, the faint wind at the windows, even the distant pulse of the tide. Gone. It was as if the very concept of noise had been drained out of the space above the ceiling. What greeted me instead was weight. Not on my shoulders, but in the air itself. Every breath felt like inhaling thick cloth. I pulled myself up slowly. The ladder didn't groan. It moved like it was used to this, like it had been dropped and climbed for years without ever leaving a mark. The attic had no insulation, no boxes, no stored memories, just a room stripped of everything except presence. Wide beams lined the ceiling, slanted at harsh angles. The single bulb that once hung from the rafters was gone, replaced by a flickering strip of amber light embedded in the floorboards, running the length of the room like a path drawn with fire. The walls blood shadow, but the most unnatural thing, the floor was covered in stairs. They were everywhere, short planks of varying size, shape, and wood grain, dozens of them, some nailed down flat, others rising 2-3 inches. It wasn't chaos, it was deliberate. Like someone had tried to recreate a staircase and forgotten how to count. Every step had a name carved into it. Some I didn't recognize. Some I did. Jonah, my father, my mother, and mine, carved into a step that looked newly added, the wood still damp around the edges. The name had been written in the same shaky, hesitant hand I'd used in elementary school. That's what struck me hardest. Not that it was my name, but that the version of me that had written it was so young. I hadn't carved this. But I must have. That's how the house worked. At the far end of the room, the steps formed an upward spiral, a staircase leading nowhere, just vanishing into the shadows that clung to the ceiling like mold. The amber light grew brighter there, casting warped shadows on the walls like figures twisting just out of reach. And at the base of the spiral sat a chair, high-backed, old, unfamiliar, but the figure sitting in it, that was me. Or again, a version of me, older than I was, not by much, maybe 5 years. But time had worn her more harshly. Her skin was pale and stretched, her eyes hollow, her lips stained a deep, unnatural red. Like she'd been drinking ink instead of water. She didn't blink, just stared straight ahead, hands resting on her knees like she'd been waiting so long she forgot what motion felt like. She didn't acknowledge me until I stepped on the first plank, the one with my name. Then, and only then, did she look at me, and smiled. "Hello, Mara," she said. Her voice was mine, but it echoed slightly, as though two voices were speaking in unison, one alive, one remembering being alive. "You know what this is, don't you?" No, I whispered, but I was lying. We both knew it. "You're standing in the final room," she said. "The ledger is written. The reflections have chosen. The staircase is nearly complete. There's only one thing left." "What?" I asked. She pointed to the spiral. "Climb," she said. "Climb and decide." I looked at the stairs. There were 33 steps. The 34th was missing. She saw the question in my eyes. "You don't make the last step," she said. "You become it." My throat closed. "That's the trade," she added softly. "The house doesn't just keep what you give. It needs something to end the cycle. Something solid. Something that can carry the weight of what came before." She stood, and her body creaked. Not with age, but with disuse. Like her bones had been waiting for release. I sat here for a long time, she said. Longer than I should have. But someone always has to stay, and no one else could find the stair. She stepped past me, heading toward the hatch. I reached out, tried to stop her. You're not me, I said. She looked over her shoulder. No, she agreed. But I was. Until I decided I wouldn't be anymore. And then she stepped onto the ladder, vanished, gone like breath in cold air, and I was alone, with the spiral. And the 33 steps, I walked toward them, slowly, carefully. Each one felt strange underfoot, not unstable, not weak, but alive. Like they knew what they were, knew what they'd taken. Each step whispered something I didn't want to hear. A voice, a name, a memory, a scream, the sound of water filling lungs. By the time I reached the top, I was shaking. At the summit, the platform was small. Barely enough room to stand, and in the center a hollow space, just wide enough for a final step. The 34th. Me. I understood now. The house had been waiting. Not for Jonah. Not for my mother. For me. Because I'd opened the door. I'd remembered, and now I had to choose. Stay, and complete the stair. Seal the past. End the ledger. Be the weight that holds the story still. Or turn back. Leave the story open. Let the house keep counting. Let it whisper to someone else. Let the cycle continue. I looked down. The room shifted below me, and I saw them. All the versions of me. The child. The drowned. The forgotten. The angry. The grieving. The liar. The girl with the rope. And behind them, in the shadows, my mother, my father, and Jonah, all watching, waiting. I closed my eyes and stepped forward, into the hollow, into the house, into the stair, and felt the wood rise to meet me. Becoming a stair wasn't death. That's what surprised me most. There was no silence, no stillness, no final moment. I didn't fade, I didn't fall. I felt. That was the horror of it. The deep, gnawing truth the house had never spoken aloud. I was aware, am aware, of the wood beneath me, of the pressure of the air, of every groan in the beams, every gust of wind against the eaves. I feel each foot that touches me, every step that dares my surface. I remember them too, their weight, their names, the questions clinging to their souls like seaweed. When I stepped into the hollow, the floor met me like a mouth closing around a secret. There was no pain, no ripping, just absorption. Like I'd always belonged to the house and had finally remembered how to fit back in. I felt myself spread, cell by cell, into the grain of the wood. I felt myself split, fold, anchor. I expected to lose language, expected the world to go dim. But what came instead was memory. Not mine alone. The stair remembers everything. And now so do I. I see the first trade. Not mine, not my parents', not Jonah's, but the one that came before all of us. The one this house was built on. There was a woman. Her name's lost now, scarred by time and salt, but her grief remains. It clings to the nails driven through my spine, to the dust in the attic corners. She came here when the land was nothing but a jagged spine of coastline, when the only sound was the wind through the black trees. She built the foundation herself, dug deep, not for strength, for hiding. Her child had drowned. The sea took him before she could teach him to swim. The waves didn't return the body, just the toy he was holding. A wooden horse, worn smooth, with a red thread tied around the neck. She wanted him back. Of course she did. Every parent wants to believe that loss is reversible, that love can summon breath back into still lungs. So she built this place, laid beams with blood on her hands, whispers in her mouth. The first bell rang not from the sea, but from her own voice, stretched so long and so loud it cracked the stone beneath her. She promised anything, everything, and something listened. It gave her what she asked for, just for one night. The boy returned, still wet, still cold, but breathing. She wrapped him in blankets, fed him soup, sang him the same lullaby she'd sung the night before he vanished. But he didn't smile, didn't blink, didn't speak. In the morning, he was gone again, and on the landing a new stair. Not one she built, not one she remembered. That was the first, The house had started to keep count. From then on, every soul that stepped through its door brought something the house wanted. A memory, a voice, a promise made and not kept. Each time someone gave too much or refused to take their grief with them when they left, a stare appeared. Quiet. Waiting. I see all of them now. Every stare that ever grew. I feel their stories beneath my grain. A woman who forgot her husband's name. A boy who cut his own shadow loose to escape a curse. A man who said a prayer in the wrong room. All of them became steps, anchors, pieces of the house, tucked into wood and nailed down until the weight of the truth could no longer move. And me. I see myself now, the way the house sees me. The girl who let go of the rope. The girl who hesitated. The girl who remembered too late. But I am also something the others were not. I am still listening. Even now, I feel the house shifting above me. A new visitor has come. I don't know their name yet. Just their voice, echoing faintly through the joists. They're in the foyer. They've heard the bell. They're counting the stairs. 31, 32, 33. And then they stop, because they see me. The 34th. The stair that wasn't there yesterday. I feel their weight hesitate above me, one foot suspended, deciding whether to step down. The house holds its breath. And I wait. Because if they choose wrong, the house grows again. If they choose right, the house remembers more. That's the curse. Not the steps. Not the bells. Not even the trades. The curse is the remembering. Once the house starts, it never stops. And once you know what it's made of, what you're made of, you can never leave. But maybe there's one thing left to change. I reach out, not with hands, but with thought, with will, with whatever remains of the girl who climbed into the attic thinking she could finish a story. And I whisper into the grain, "Don't step on me." The visitor stops. I feel it in the weight of the air, the stillness in their foot, and for the first time, the house doesn't take. It listens. A creak, a step backward. 33 again, no more. For now, I wait embedded in silence, wood wrapped around memory, time twisted into timber. The spiral above me remains incomplete. The ledger closed but not locked, but something is shifting. The house is changing. Because I did what none of the others could, I remembered. And that means the story isn't finished. It's just waiting for the next bell. For a long time, how long I can't say, there was only stillness, not peace. The house never offers that. Stillness in Salt Hill House is just a pause in the scream, a moment to catch your breath before it's taken again. I waited inside that stillness, part of the stair, part of the grain, part of the architecture that had been fed with voices and blood and regret. I thought maybe I'd stay that way forever. Watching, remembering, counting. But then it came, the bell. Not the same bell that first called to me all those days ago. This one was quieter, slower. Like it wasn't sure it should ring. It didn't echo through the halls like a command. It pulsed through the walls like a nervous heartbeat. And I felt it before I heard it. A weight, not the crushing kind. Not fear, not grief. This weight was different, new. Someone had entered the house. But this time the house didn't greet them. Not immediately. The walls didn't groan. The staircase didn't stretch. The mirrors remained dark. For the first time in its long, hungry history, Salt Hill hesitated. Because it didn't know who had come in. I could feel its confusion. Its hesitation crawled through the beams like a trapped animal, sniffing, trying to remember if this presence matched any of the names in its ledger. It didn't. Not yet. This stranger carried nothing familiar. No family blood, no broken promise, no unfinished deal. Just silence. A complete absence of offering, and that terrified the house. I felt it in the way my step trembled, just slightly. The house didn't want to build now. It wanted to watch. Then I felt the visitor's first step land. Not on me. One stair above. The 33rd. It creaked, long and slow. The sound rolled through the house like the first drop of rain before a storm. I listened. No breath. no heartbeat. But the floorboards remembered. This person was deliberate, every step placed with caution. Not fear. Focus. They'd been here before. Not physically. Not the way I had. But somewhere, some way, this person knew Salt Hill. Not from stories. From obsession. The stair above me began to warm, faintly. The heat of thought, of decision. They were about to step onto me. The 34th. I spoke, not in words. The house had taken those. It doesn't allow language from within. Not once you've become part of the structure. But thought still moves. Memory still hums. You just have to press it into the wood the right way. So I did. A ripple pushed into the grain don't. The stranger stopped and whispered, "You're still here." That voice. It wasn't a child, not a teenager. A woman, older than me, not by much, just enough to carry weight in her words. And she knew me. She stepped back onto the 33rd again, and I felt a jolt of relief like air after drowning. "I thought I was too late," she said. Another voice followed, quieter, younger. "A man. You think she remembers anything?" The woman didn't answer him. She stepped off the staircase entirely and onto the hallway floor. I felt the tension in the house shift. A new path opened, one I'd never known existed. Not upstairs. Below. The basement. A place I was never allowed as a child. A door always locked. My father claimed it was where the boiler was, that it was unsafe, unfinished. I believed him, because the lock was real, and my mother avoided it like it whispered to her at night. Now the lock was gone. The woman turned the knob. I couldn't see her. But the stairs, my stairs, remembered every detail. Her hand trembled as it touched the door. Her breath hitched, like she was trying not to cry. Why would she come back here? The man asked behind her. "Because she always ends the story," she replied. I felt something deep in the bones of the house at that moment. A tremor. Recognition. The woman wasn't just a stranger. She was a missing piece. Not blood, not family. Something else. She knew how the story began. And worse, she might know how to end it. As she stepped into the basement, the house panicked. The walls moaned. The mirrors rattled. A bell screamed in reverse. And the 30-second stare, 2 steps above me, vanished. Just gone. The stranger cried out, lost her balance, nearly fell. The man caught her. "She's waking it up," he said, voice shaking. "She's not supposed to do that." But she was already descending, and I couldn't follow. Not with words, not with movement. But I remembered. The basement. The locked door. The night I heard my mother crying behind it when I was 9. The morning I found my father with a split lip and no explanation. The sound of something alive behind the walls. I hadn't remembered it before. The house had hidden it from me, but now I was part of it, and I remembered everything. There was another room beneath the house, a space older than the attic, older than the stairs, a place where the first trade had not just been made, but stored. The house had kept a piece of that original grief, and this woman was walking straight into it. I screamed, pushed every ounce of memory into the beams, into the stair above, into the hallway below. "Don't go. It remembers. It feeds. Don't go." But she did, and as she disappeared into the dark below, I felt the house stretch downward. Not just a room, a pit, a mouth. And finally, I knew why Salt Hill House had stairs that kept appearing. They weren't leading to a destination. They were climbing out of something. Something deep and hungry. The moment she crossed the threshold into the basement, the house began to tighten. Not physically, not in the way a body might curl defensively, but deeper, stranger, in a way that only something built on memory and blood could constrict. The walls seemed to pull closer without moving. The air thinned, though it was still, and the silence that followed her down wasn't empty. It was full of listening. She stepped carefully. I couldn't see her. Not with eyes, but through the house I felt her. The press of her weight into the brittle planks. The scrape of her fingers against the wall for balance. Her breath came quick and shallow, like she was fighting the instinct to run. But she didn't. She moved downward, step by step, into a part of Salt Hill House even it had tried to forget. The pit, it didn't have a door, not in the normal sense. No knob, no lock. Just a jagged seam in the foundation that blood cold air and the smell of rotting wood. It had never been meant to open, only to hold. I remembered it now. The shape of it in blueprints my father kept hidden in the garage. A space never built into the official design, just a void beneath the house, marked in pencil cavity, "Do not disturb." But something had disturbed it. Her. The stranger who knew my name. She stepped into the darkness, and the house flinched. I felt it in my beams, the way the attic bristled, how the mirrors across the second floor suddenly fogged as though exhaling at once. She wasn't supposed to find the pit. That room had rules. It was built to bury, not reveal. And still she walked in. The floor changed beneath her. It wasn't wood anymore. It was packed dirt, wet and uneven, swallowing her footsteps like it wanted to keep them. She paused, one hand brushing against the wall. Stone here, slick, unfinished. And ahead, something moved. Not fast, not aggressive. It just shifted, like a figure standing from a long sleep. And I knew, without question, what it was. The grief. The first grief. The shape the house had been built around. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't a memory. It was grief made solid, fused into the foundation, never named, never spoken aloud. The thing my mother was terrified of. The reason she avoided the stairs after sunset. The reason she kept whispering my name in her sleep, even after she'd forgotten everything else. And now the stranger stood face to face with it. I reached out through the boards, pushing everything I had toward her. Images. Sounds. Warnings. I couldn't form words, but I could press feelings into the structure. I screamed through the grain of the 33rd stair, through the knots in the railing, through the cracks in the walls. Get out, it knows you now. But she didn't move. Her hand brushed something in the dark, not stone, not wood, fabric. And then she spoke. I know what you are, she said. The house trembled. I know what she gave you, and I know it wasn't hers to give. The pit answered, not with words, but with air. A rush of cold that shook the light bulbs 2 floors up. The attic mirror closest to the spiral shattered. She kept going. I brought something back, she said. And then she reached into her coat, pulled out a small, square object. A music box, red thread wrapped around it. I recognized it immediately. It was Jonah's. The one he dropped the day he vanished. I'd searched for it for hours after the water took him. I thought the current carried it away. But here it was, unwound, silent. She placed it on the floor of the pit. I'm not here to fix anything, she said. I'm just here to return what never should have been kept. For a breathless second, everything was still. And then the ground moved. Not crumbling, not shifting. It recoiled, like something had been touched for the first time in years and hated the feeling. The house screamed, not in sound, in structure. Nails popped from wood, boards cracked, mirrors bled silver. Somewhere above, the ledger book snapped shut, the ink inside boiling, and I felt it in my grain. The house was letting go. Not entirely, not willingly, but something had cracked. The weight of that grief, the original, the foundation of Salt Hill, had been acknowledged, faced, given back. That was the secret all along. You couldn't defeat the house. You couldn't burn it or cleanse it or forget it. You could only return what it took. And she had. The woman turned from the pit. The ground stopped shaking. And for the first time since I'd become the stair, I felt lightness. Not freedom, but possibility. She walked back up slowly, each step deliberate. And as she passed the stair above me, she whispered, I'll come back for you. I felt her words sink into the wood. A promise. The house didn't stop her. It just watched. She reached the foyer, opened the front door, and stepped into the light. The moment the door clicked shut behind her, the 32nd stair reappeared. The mirrors cleared. The ink in the ledger stilled. And I, the 34th, waited. Not for another to step, but for her return. Because now I knew the truth. The house could be fed, it could be filled. But maybe, just maybe, it could also be emptied, one grief at a time. It started with a name, not mine, not Jonah's, not any of the dozens of names carved into the hidden steps beneath Salt Hill's spiral. It was older, etched deep into the first floor's foundation. Below the dirt, beneath the concrete, scratched into stone with something sharper than regret. The woman who had returned the music box had found it while digging. Not metaphorically. She'd brought gloves, a lantern, and a spade. And she wasn't afraid to get her hands dirty. I could feel the weight of her effort pressing through the structure. This wasn't someone curious. This was someone sure. The house didn't try to stop her. Not this time. It watched, and I listened. She moved with intention, peeling back the decades. The crawl space hadn't been open since my grandfather's time, since the days of brittle photographs and names whispered only once. There, beneath a cracked joist and the rotted remains of what once might have been a cradle, she found it Ealiner. The name was carved in childlike loops, unsteady, but deep, like someone had carved it one painful stroke at a time, terrified of getting it wrong. And as her fingers traced the name, the house shuddered. Not violently, not with rage, with recognition. I felt it roll through me, through the other stairs, through the hallway beams and the attic rafters. Eleanor. She was the beginning. Before the staircase, before the bell, before the trades and the reflections and the locked rooms, the first soul to be given to the house. Not by force, not by accident, by choice. And not her choice, her mother's. A woman twisted by grief, promised something unspeakable, by something older than Salt Hill. Eleanor's life in exchange for one final lullaby from her dead son. The trade was made. The lullaby was sung. And the house was born. Eleanor had no voice after that. She was never seen again. No grave, no funeral, just gone. But the name remained, scratched into the foundation like a wound the house couldn't close. The woman sat by the carving for hours. Her breath stayed steady. Her heart beat. Yes, I could still feel it through the floorboards, never quickened. She wasn't afraid, she was furious. Later, I'd learn who she was. But in that moment, she was only the woman who remembered what everyone else had chosen to forget. She pulled out a small notebook, leather-bound, worn at the corners. Inside articles, sketches, receipts, and my photo from when I was 9, holding Jonah's hand, standing in front of Salt Hill's peeling green door. My eyes were squinted, smiling in the sunlight. Jonah was looking at me like he always did, like I was the whole world. She whispered, "You were always meant to come back here, but not like this." I didn't recognize her voice, not yet, but there was something in the way she said you, something familiar. She kept digging. Her hands bloodied now. She didn't stop. Beneath Eleanor's name, there was more. A second carving, half erased by rot. I strained to feel it through the wood, for what we owe. A phrase, a contract, a justification. Salt Hill House had never been cursed. It was built to be cursed. A house made to store consequences. A container for every sin its architects refused to face. And every generation had added a stair, a mirror, a secret, until the house was more grief than wood. And me, I was just the latest shelf in a long library of sorrow. But this woman, this stranger who knew my name, she wasn't here to add to it. She was here to unbuild it. And that terrified the house. I felt its panic ripple through me. The 32nd stair cracked slightly, letting out a deep, mournful groan. Dust fell from the attic rafters. The bell above the parlor rang once, without a pull. She looked up, smiled. "You're awake now, aren't you?" she said, not to me, to the house. And then she stood, wiped her hands, picked up her notebook, and whispered to the name in the stone, "I'm sorry, Eleanor. You were the first, but you won't be the last they forget." Then, without looking back, she walked up the steps. Her feet didn't touch me, but they hovered close. And for a heartbeat, I felt the air between us shift. She paused, breathed in. "I'll free you," she said. Not a promise, a certainty. And I realized what had changed. For the first time in its history, Salt Hill House had invited someone it couldn't control. Someone it hadn't chosen. Someone it couldn't bend. And for the first time in a century, the house was afraid. Because the woman who remembered wasn't just here to return a trinket. She was here to end the story. And she remembered more than just my name. It started with a sound that didn't belong. Not creaking. Not whispers. Not the hum of the house remembering itself again. This was different. Gentler, yet somehow heavier. A soft, dragging sound behind one of the parlor walls, like cloth being pulled slowly through waterlogged wood. The woman paused. Listened. She didn't call out. She knew better than to speak first in Salt Hill. The house treated questions like invitations, and answers like weapons. She simply tilted her head and waited, letting the silence stretch. I felt her breath catch as the sound repeated. The house didn't react. No shifting beams. No flexing floorboards. If anything, it shrunk around her, like it didn't want to admit that sound existed at all. But it was there, persistent, and behind it, something else. A voice, faint, shaky, like it didn't know how to speak anymore. What, 27, 28, 29, a child's voice, counting, not aloud, murmured, as if whispering to a doll. The woman followed the sound, slowly, not toward the stairs, not toward the pit, toward the north parlor. The one with the half-covered mirror and the two short curtains. The room no one had entered since the summer after Jonah disappeared. She ran her hand across the paneling. The wallpaper was peeling in one spot, thin as breath. She pressed there, and the wall gave in, not with the creak of old hinges, with a sigh, like something tired of being hidden. Behind it a small door, barely shoulder high, painted shut years ago. But the paint had cracked, and underneath it, a name had been carved and recarved, over and over, until the grooves were so deep the wood had nearly split. Eleanor. But this time, not carved by a child. These were angry strokes, desperate. Like someone trying to make sure the name wouldn't be forgotten again. The woman opened the door. The scent hit her first. Old cotton mildew, and something faintly metallic. Not blood, not quite. More like rusted lullabies. Inside was a hidden room, small, no windows. No furniture, save for a child's cot in the far corner. And on the walls, names. Dozens. Scrawled in different hands, different tools. Ink, chalk, pencil. Even fingernails. Every name had a year. Some had symbols. One had been scratched out so violently it left a hole in the plaster. But they all had something in common. They were trades. People given. People lost. All of them predated me. My family. Even the house's legal record. It went back further. Before Salt Hill stood here, before the coastal roads were mapped, these weren't just ghosts. They were contracts. The woman stepped inside. The air changed. I felt it too. My grains stiffened. The 34th stair groaned. The mirror nearest the foyer blinked white, as if shocked by her boldness. She walked to the cot. Sat down. Picked up the doll lying there. It was handmade. Red thread around its throat. Black yarn for hair. A name stitched across its belly, EW. I didn't know what it meant. But the house did. The lights in the hallway flickered. The pit below twitched. And upstairs, the spiral staircase pulsed once, like a heartbeat. The woman clutched the doll and began to hum. Not the house's lullaby. The one I'd heard in my dreams, in the water, in the mirror. This was different, softer, sadder. And I recognized it. It was the song my mother used to hum when she thought no one could hear her. Not the song of comfort, the song of warning. It meant something was wrong. The house knew it too. The walls began to pulse, slow and uneasy. Floorboards bowed slightly under her feet, but still, she hummed. And then she spoke. This isn't your house anymore. No anger, just truth. I felt the spiral tremble. Not from rage, but from doubt. That was the crack. Not in the walls. In the belief. Salt Hill had always thrived on certainty. People came in not knowing the rules, not remembering the price, but believing in their version of the past. And that gave the house power. It twisted belief into doors, lies into staircases. But this woman, she didn't believe. She knew, and that made her dangerous. She stood up, walked to the wall of names. Her fingers traced each one. 22 trades, she whispered. 22 rooms. 22 sacrifices. Then she looked up and said the name aloud. Eleanor Wright. I felt the reaction like a scream behind my ribs. The house shattered. Not in pieces, not visibly, but within. The steps buckled. The mirrors flared. The ledger upstairs caught fire, though no flame touched it. And I heard her. Eleanor, the girl who was traded. Her voice reached me like smoke through a locked room, soft, ashy, tired. Do you remember me? She whispered. I did. Not by sight, not by sound, but by absence. She had always been the blank space in every photograph. The echo in the attic. The lull between knocks. The reason I paused on certain stairs without knowing why. She had always been there, and waiting to be named. And now she had been. The house didn't know what to do, because in Salt Hill, names mean release. Names mean weight returned to the world. Eleanor wasn't a secret anymore. She was real. And that meant the house had one less soul to hold. One less stair to climb. One less child to forget. The woman closed the hidden door behind her, the doll still in her hand, and as she stepped back into the hall, I felt something change inside me. A splinter. A shift. The grain of my step bent, not cracked, not broken, but moving. I could feel again. Not just weight. Hope. And that was the first time I knew. The story might actually end. It began with a name, but it didn't stop there. Once Eleanor's was spoken aloud, the others started to wake up. Not all at once, not in a sudden burst, but like embers buried beneath ash, flaring back to life in quiet, trembling pulses. Their presence stirred through the walls, through the corners of rooms no one had entered in decades. The house didn't bleed, it breathed. And in that breath came the voices of those it had tried to erase. I could feel it, feel them, the way a forest might feel its roots after a fire. Subtle, but alive. Each soul the house had taken was still there, hidden in floorboards, mirrors, paint. Their names weren't gone, just muffled, buried under lies and rot. But with Eleanor remembered, something had changed in the structure. A rule broken, a lock forced open. And the ones who had been kept too long were stirring. I didn't know what to expect. Screaming, maybe. Anger. A flood of grief so thick it split the beams. But that's not what I felt. What came was relief. Not peace. That was still far off. But something like a hand reaching up through a grave. A final attempt to exist. And the woman, the one who remembered, wasn't finished. She'd taken the doll with her, wrapped it carefully in cloth, as if it might tear open time itself if handled too carelessly. And maybe it could. Salt Hill's grief wasn't ordinary. It clung to objects like parasites, burrowed into thread, ink, lace. Every stitch in that doll hummed with unspoken pain, the silent wail of a girl taken before she had a chance to be known. The woman, her name still unrevealed to me, brought the doll to the West Wing. A hallway closed off since I was a child. The wallpaper there peeled in long, curling strips, like skin sloughing from bone. My mother used to avoid this wing. She said it made her stomach twist. That she could hear laughter that wasn't there, crying that didn't echo. I always thought it was guilt speaking. But now I know she wasn't wrong. The West Wing was where the others were kept. The ones who weren't traded for family. The ones who weren't lost in basements or mirrors or attics. These were the ones who never even had names. Children, some too young to speak, some who had been born within the house's grasp. Offerings, accidents, collateral. Rooms were built around them. Quiet rooms, cold rooms, doors without handles on the inside. And the house, Salt Hill, learned to keep them silent. Until now. The woman stood in front of the last room in the wing. The door was painted black, but the paint had worn down in streaks. from inside. 100 little claw marks ran just above the doorknob. She pressed her palm flat against it and whispered, "I see you." The house screamed, not in fury, in fear, because acknowledgement is louder than any bell. The door opened on its own. The room was small, empty, except for a series of drawings on the far wall, childlike, crude, but clear, a staircase, a crying figure, a hand reaching down, and beneath it, in pencil, me. The woman stepped inside. The floor didn't creak. The ceiling didn't sag. It just watched. She placed the doll in the center of the room and said, "You can leave now." For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a gust of cold air moved through the house. Not wind, something passing, and I felt it leave. Not the woman, the child, one of them. Gone. Free. The wood beneath me groaned, not in protest, but in relief. Something in the stare eased, like a muscle unclenched after years of strain. Another name had been released. I was changing, not all at once, but slowly. The boundaries that kept me pressed into the grain of the 34th stair were beginning to soften, like the house could no longer keep up with the unraveling of its own history. And I wasn't the only one. All around Salt Hill, the echoes of the lost stirred. A lullaby hummed in reverse drifted from the nursery wall. A fingerprint reappeared in the condensation of the kitchen window, tiny, fragile. In the upper hallway, a drawer long nailed shut opened. Inside a locket. Inside that, 2 names, Eleanor and Claire, sisters. I had never heard the second name before, but the woman had. She dropped to her knees when she found it and whispered, "You were mine." The house reacted violently. The walls shook. The lights stuttered into darkness. Dust poured from the vents like ash, because grief is one thing, but remorse, real, spoken remorse, is harder to bury, and she had just unearthed a mother's failure. Claire had never been traded. She had been left, born in the house, raised in whispers, kept as payment for another's pain. And now she had a name. The stair beneath me split slightly, a crack like a mouth opening in the grain. I didn't fall. I didn't rise. I shifted, closer to movement, closer to escape. But with every soul freed, the house grew more unstable, because Salt Hill wasn't built to let go. It was built to contain. The ledger in the attic flared open again, pages fluttering in violent, unseen wind. Names began erasing themselves, the ink sizzling as though scalded by truth. The house was hemorrhaging secrets. And the woman, the one who remembered, the one who named the forgotten, was winning. But there was one name she hadn't said yet. Mine. She didn't know I was still here. Still listening. Still trapped. But I could feel her getting closer. Room by room. Name by name. She was coming for me. It began as a crack, hairline thin, too small to see, but deep enough to feel. I didn't know what it meant at first. The house had groaned before, creaked, shifted. But this wasn't the groan of tired wood or aching nails. This was something internal, something alive, a rift, not just in the stair I'd become, but in whatever boundary had kept me folded into the grain, silent and still. The crack widened slowly, breath by breath, as the woman walked the halls above, unearthing what the house had buried. Her steps had weight, not because of her body, but because of what she carried. Names, truths, grief unforgotten, and the house hated her for it. It tried to stop her. The mirror in the hall turned black. A false hallway opened beside her, leading nowhere, filled with echoing laughter and the scent of seawater. In the sitting room, the ceiling bowed low, threatening collapse, its beams shivering with unseen pressure. But she kept walking. She knew the difference between illusion and warning. She had grown up with this house. It had tried to swallow her once, long before my time, and it had failed. Now she had returned, not just to remember, but to finish what it had started. She had a crowbar in her hand now, not a weapon, a key. She knew there was one place left, the stair, me, the 34th step, the one that wasn't there a month ago, the one that groaned differently, the one that counted wrong. She reached it as twilight blood through the fractured windows. The house was quieter than it had been in hours. No walls shaking, no whispered threats. It had stilled itself in fear, because she knew. Her eyes scanned the spiral. She didn't look confused when she saw the stair that shouldn't exist. Her breath didn't hitch. Her hands didn't tremble. Instead, she crouched and placed her palm flat against me. And I felt her. Not the way I'd felt footsteps or passing weight. I felt her memory, her connection. And it hit me like wind through an open grave. I knew her. She had held me once, long ago, a child, before I knew what the house could do, before Jonah vanished, before the pit, before the bell. She was older now, worn in the way grief wears a person from the inside out. But her eyes were still the same. And now they were looking right at me, not at the stair. At me. Mara, she whispered. My name, spoken like a prayer, and the stair beneath her hand split, not violently, not like before. This was release. The grain softened. The wood cracked apart like an eggshell, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I moved. Not fully, not yet, but something in me stirred. I remembered my hands, my voice, my name. She pressed her forehead to the stair. You don't belong here, she said. You never did. The house roared. The walls rattled. Windows shattered in a chorus of grief. The mirrors blood ink. The spiral staircase groaned under her weight, and the foyer floor began to lift, like something beneath it wanted out. The house was breaking itself to keep me. But she didn't flinch. She reached into her coat and pulled out something wrapped in black cloth. Carefully, she unfolded it. A photo. Of me, Jonah, and her. A woman I didn't recognize at first because I hadn't seen her in so long. Her face had changed, but her eyes were the same. It was my aunt, Claire, the name I had only just heard through the locket in the attic. She had lived, escaped, changed her name, vanished, but now she had come back. For me. And in her voice was the kind of strength you only earn from surviving something that was supposed to end you. I couldn't stop them then, she said. I was just a kid. I didn't understand what the house wanted. But I do now. And I'm not leaving without you. She slammed the crowbar down onto the step. Once, twice, a third time, and the stair split apart. Light poured through the crack. Not daylight, not flame. Something purer, something clean. The kind of light that banishes lies. That dissolves illusion. That names things true. And through it, me. Not my body. Not fully. But my voice, it came back in a single breath, croaked shaky. But mine, Claire, I whispered. She looked up. Tears slid down her cheeks. Oh God, Mara, you're still here. The house screamed. The walls folded inward. The ceiling peeled. The stairwell shrank. It was imploding. Not from fire or violence, but from truth. Because the house couldn't keep a soul that had been called back. And now she had named me. The mirrors cracked from within. The pit below rumbled, releasing a gust of air so cold it choked the vents. Names etched in the wall began to glow faintly, then fade, not in erasure, but in release. I felt the weight of Eleanor leave, of the twins in the basement, of the woman in the nursery who never got to speak her name aloud. All of them leaving. And with every soul released, the house shrunk. The hallway shortened, the steps uncoiled, the spiral began to unwind. But it wasn't over. Not yet, because the house still had one last trick. From below in the pit, something rose. Not human, not ghost. Grief, given shape. All that had ever been fed to Salt Hill over the generations. The trades, the regrets, the losses, the secrets. All of it had been stored, and now it was rising. To take me back, to consume Claire, to end the house on its terms. But I wasn't a stair anymore, not entirely. And Claire was no longer the girl who'd run from the spiral. We were together, and the house didn't know what to do with that. It had only ever known how to hold, how to keep, how to devour. It had never learned how to let go, but we were going to teach it, together. It came crawling from the pit, slow and deliberate, like it had all the time in the world. Because it did. That was the thing about grief. You could ignore it, bury it, Pray it stayed quiet in the walls, but it never died. It learned how to wait. And now it had waited long enough. The shape that pulled itself through the cracked foundation wasn't human, but it wore the memory of people. Faces flickering across its form like light passing through fog. Mothers, brothers, daughters, names that were never spoken, trades that were never mourned. All of it swirled together into a towering, shifting mass of sorrow and silence. Claire stood at the base of the stairs, crowbar raised in one hand, the other still pressed flat against what remained of my stare. Her lips were moving, not in panic, not in prayer. She was counting, backwards, from 34, a challenge to the spiral, to the ledger, to the house itself. I could feel the effect in the wood. The steps beneath her feet pulsed in resistance. The walls around her grew tighter, thinner, trying to choke her out. But the cracks she had made in me had spread. I could feel myself no longer bound in full. I could move, if only slightly, and more importantly, I could speak. "Claire," I said, voice ragged like splintered wood dragged across stone. She turned, just slightly, tears already pooling in her eyes. "Mara, you're still in there." The grief kept coming. No footsteps, no sound, just presence. It filled the hallway behind her like a rising tide, cold and invisible, but heavy enough to bend the nails in the floorboards. The light bulbs in the foyer blew one by one, and upstairs the bell rang twice, once for each soul remembered that day. Eleanor and me. But it wanted to take us back. The grief did not forgive. It did not negotiate. It kept. That was its rule. Once you gave something to the house, it was owned. And now Claire had broken the rule. She had named the lost. She had unraveled the thread. The grief began to speak, though no mouth moved. Its voice came through the beams, through the rusted vents, through the water in the pipes. It wasn't words, it was loss. Images and regrets pressed into the mind like bruises, a mother closing a door too softly, a child reaching for a hand that never returned. The hollow click of a latch that meant someone was gone forever. Claire stumbled, but didn't fall. I reached for her. Not with arms, but with thought. With force. And I felt her hand wrap around the stair again. She felt me. Then she did something the house didn't expect. She dropped the crowbar. It clanged against the floor and rolled into the darkness. Claire stood upright, turned to face the thing that had crawled out of the pit, and opened her arms. Not in surrender. In recognition. "You want to keep what was lost," she said. "But we were never yours." The grief hesitated. Not physically. It didn't have bones, but in presence. Because it didn't understand this part. This acceptance. The house had been built on denial. On things unsaid, on silence and sacrifice. But Claire wasn't silent anymore. She stepped forward, into the shadow of it, and kept speaking. "You took them because they were forgotten. You fed on what was never mourned. But I remember every one of them. I see them. And I'm not afraid of you." The house wailed, a sound so sharp it cracked 2 windows upstairs and knocked dust from the chandelier in the parlor. But it couldn't touch her, because it had already failed. Eleanor was gone. Claire was here, and I was waking up. The stair beneath Claire's feet shifted again. A jolt ran up through the wood, through my spine, into something like a body. I felt weight return to me. Fingers. A breath. A thought that wasn't chained. "I'm not part of you anymore," I said to the house. I remember who I was. And then I pushed. The stair cracked completely. Light poured through it. And for the first time in years, I rose. Not fully, not easily, but enough. Enough to stand. Enough to step out. I was no longer a part of the staircase. I was Mara. The house screamed, but it was too late. Grief flinched back from Claire, retreating in a spiral of flickering memories. Names peeled off the walls, mirrors shattered inward. The spiral began to unravel, literally. The steps that had trapped so many began to twist out of shape. Wood warped. Nails screeched free. The whole staircase spun, like a snake shedding its skin, and all the souls it had devoured began to pour out in the form of breathless, weightless wind. 100 voices, 100 regrets, all released. Claire reached for me, and I took her hand. For the first time since Jonah fell, I felt the world tilt in the right direction. But it wasn't over. The house would not go quietly. The grief had begun to condense, to take shape again. It coiled, furious, around the ledger upstairs. The final book, the keeper of all trades, and it began to rewrite, trying to lock us back in, trying to start again. But we weren't done yet. We had one last name to speak, and this time it wouldn't be mine. The ledger was upstairs, and the house knew it. That thick, soot-stained book that never opened on its own, unless it meant to take. It had sat in the attic like a closed eye for decades, waiting, watching, recording. It didn't need hands to write in it. The house wrote for itself. Names appeared in the margins before a life even ended, sometimes before it even began. It was more than a record. It was proof, and that made it dangerous. Claire and I stood side by side in what was left of the staircase. The spiral was gone, reduced to warped wood and shattered spindles curling like burned paper. The air was thick with ash and memory, and the house was closing in. Not physically, intentionally. Trying to force us into smaller spaces. Trying to corner us the way it had cornered the others before us. The hallways were shorter now. The ceilings lower. The very shape of Salt Hill was folding in on itself to protect what mattered most, the ledger. We could hear it, even from the foyer, the scratch of invisible ink, the slow turn of stiff pages, the creak of the attic boards as the book readjusted itself. It was writing again. I didn't know whose name it was trying to record. Mine, Claire's, maybe both, but I felt every loop of every letter like a nail driving into my chest. "We have to get to it," I said, voice still dry from years spent inside wood. Claire nodded, jaw tight, eyes flicking toward the ceiling. "It's trying to lock us out. We won't get another chance." The house responded instantly. The walls shifted with a loud groan. Doorframes narrowed. Stairs appeared where none had been moments before. Wrong ones, leading in circles, up and back again with no destination. But Claire didn't hesitate. She yanked me forward through the closest hallway and ducked into the old linen closet. There shouldn't have been a way up from there, but she knew better. She slammed her hand against the back wall. The panel cracked. Behind it, a crawl space led upward between the studs, just wide enough to squeeze through. The house hissed in protest. An actual sound, like steam escaping from somewhere too deep to see. We crawled. Hands scraped. Breath shallow. Around us, the walls flexed like ribs trying to collapse inward. But we kept moving, because at the end of this passage, one floor up was the attic, and in the attic, the ledger. When we pushed the trapdoor open, it was like surfacing after a decade underwater. The air wasn't breathable, but it was familiar. Dust, mothballs, dried wax, and the sound, that scratching, had stopped. It was waiting for us. The ledger sat in the middle of the floor open, ink still wet on its last written line. Names hovered there, trembling slightly, like they hadn't finished being claimed. I stepped closer, every board beneath my feet screaming like a mouth with no teeth. And then I saw the name, my full name, Mara Elise Grant, but the line beneath it was still blank, waiting for a price. Claire reached for it, but the book snapped shut so hard it blew dust across the floor like a wave. We staggered back. The attic began to tremble. Boards peeled away. The single window slammed shut with enough force to crack the glass. The grief was back. It poured into the room, not as a figure this time, but as an absence. A pressure, like standing in the eye of a storm, surrounded by things that once were people. Whispers filled the air, begging and blaming all at once. You were supposed to forget. You were supposed to accept. You cannot unmake what's been made. Claire held out the doll again, the one with Eleanor's thread, and said, clear and sharp, you don't own her anymore. Or me. Or anyone. The air hissed. I stepped forward, my fingers curling around the spine of the ledger. It burned cold against my skin. "I know the name that started this," I said. The attic paused. I could feel the house listening. "It's not mine," I said. "Not Jonah's. Not Eleanor's." Claire nodded, tears tracking down her dirt-streaked face. "Say it." I opened the book. It resisted, but not enough. My fingers knew how it wanted to move. The pages turned backward on their own, past me, past Jonah, past Eleanor, past the ones before, until they stopped at the very first page. There was only one name on it, and it wasn't a child's. It was the name of the one who built the house. Edith Wright. The one who made the first trade. The one who gave Eleanor to the walls. The one who started all of this. Claire fell to her knees. "She was our grandmother," she whispered. I stared at the name, inked in too deeply, not with a pen, with intent. "I know what you are," I whispered to the house. "You're not haunted. You're not cursed. You're a debt. You were made to hold grief so someone else wouldn't have to carry it." The ledger shook. Pages fluttered. And suddenly, the attic folded outward. The walls pulled back like curtains, revealing every single room in Salt Hill at once. Every memory, every trade, every scream, all of it laid bare like organs on a table. And in the center, Edith, not alive, not dead, not even a ghost. Just regret, frozen in time, staring back at me with hollow eyes and a mouth sealed shut by silence. "She made you," I said. "But I'm unmaking you." And I tore the page, not carefully, not like a historian, like someone breaking a curse. The second the paper ripped, the house convulsed. Every mirror shattered. Every light went out. The spiral crumbled in one final twist of shrieking nails and torn wood. The pit howled. The floors cracked. The walls split, and the ledger burned. Not with fire, but with light, with all the truth it had kept trapped, with every name it had tried to hold hostage. Claire grabbed my hand. "It's ending," and I felt it. The shift, the unraveling. Salt Hill was collapsing, not into ruin, but into release. The grief that walked had no more body to cling to, no more names to claim, no more debts to collect. It faded, gone, and in its place, silence. Real silence, not the kind that hides a scream, but the kind that comes after one, the kind that means something is finally over. Claire and I stood in the middle of the attic, hands clasped, surrounded by a house that no longer knew how to hold itself together. And then the first floor gave way. Salt Hill began to fall. And we ran. It didn't fall like buildings normally fall. There was no singular explosion. No great burst of fire or splintering crash that signaled the end. Salt Hill collapsed in layers, like it was trying to change its mind halfway through its own destruction. The floors didn't cave in all at once. They peeled one board at a time, exposing the hollow ribs of the house, the spaces where lives had once been swallowed. The wallpaper unspooled itself like dead skin. Nails hissed out of beams with the sound of breath sucked through teeth. Windows vanished as if they'd never existed, leaving behind blank walls where eyes used to be. Claire pulled me through the attic hatch just before it disappeared. We hit the landing hard, tumbling down into a hallway that was no longer the hallway I remembered. The doors were gone. The walls were folding inward, corner by corner, like an envelope being sealed from the inside. Somewhere behind us, a staircase crumbled into dust and air. The spiral, once proud and central, had vanished, not broken, not burned, simply unmade, like it had never existed. The floor lurched beneath us, a deep, sickening tilt that dropped us both to our knees. Claire rolled, caught herself against a dresser that hadn't been there moments ago. She grunted as the corner of it drove into her ribs. "We have to get out now," I shouted over the roar of falling wood. She didn't need the reminder. She was already up again, grabbing my wrist, yanking me down the hall. Though down wasn't even clear anymore. The house's shape had lost sense of itself. Stairs bled sideways. Rooms melted into one another. The kitchen door opened into the nursery, which opened into the pit, which now gaped wide like a mouth filled with shattered beams and teeth made from old bones. The grief was gone, but the architecture of it remained. The bones of mourning, the echoes. It was like walking through the mind of someone who'd finally remembered their trauma and couldn't hold shape anymore. The house wasn't fighting us anymore. It was letting go. That should have made it easier. But it didn't. Because Salt Hill wasn't just a house. It was a container for every forgotten truth, every child that vanished, every lie told to preserve comfort over consequence. And those things don't go quietly. They unspool. They shudder. They break things on their way out. As we reached the main floor, the walls above us cracked open like thunder. Plaster rained down. Portraits fell from walls that no longer had any meaning, their faces already faded into static blur. And in the foyer, where once the bell had rung, stood a woman. At first, I thought it was Claire. But no, her dress was older, her frame smaller. Her hands, barely hands at all now, more smoke than skin, trembled at her sides. Her eyes were vast hollows of regret. Edith, Claire whispered beside me. We both stopped. The rest of the house paused. Even collapse has rules. Edith didn't speak. Her mouth opened once, then again. She was trying to say something she never managed to say in life. An apology, maybe. Or a plea. But time wouldn't give her the words. Claire took a single step forward. Her voice was low, kind, but full of steel. You were the beginning, but we were the end. Edith nodded. Once, and then turned to face the front door. The door opened. Light poured in. Not the flickering gaslight the house once used, not the flickering bulb above the stairs, but real, natural, cold morning light. Outside was the cliff, the sea, the breath of wind not twisted by memory or magic. Freedom. The house gave one final shudder, a sound like centuries exhaling, and then the ceiling above Edith caved in, swallowing her in silence. Claire yanked me forward. Move! We ran. The foyer crumbled behind us, the floor dropping away like a sinkhole had cracked open. We hit the porch with just enough momentum to leap off as the front of the house collapsed inward. The roof imploded. The walls folded. The chimney snapped in two. And Salt Hill, after all these years, was gone. Just like that. Dust rose in slow columns, drifting into the morning like smoke from an old fire finally smothered. Claire and I lay on the wet grass, chests heavy, ears ringing. I couldn't feel my legs. My arms were coated in ash. Her face was cut and streaked with salt from tears or sea, or both. We didn't speak for a long time. There was nothing to say. Salt Hill had ended. No more ledger. No more spiral. No more trades. No more house. But the cost was still there. In our bones. In our lungs. In the weight of memory. Finally, I rolled onto my side and looked at her. Is it really over? She looked back. I don't know, she said. But it's not still happening. That was enough for now. We sat there until the sun cleared the horizon. And we didn't go back. No one would. Salt Hill was gone. But the memory would live longer than the house ever did. The cliffs were quiet in the weeks after Salt Hill collapsed. Not in the peaceful way nature sometimes hushes itself after a storm, but in the tense, heavy silence that hangs after something unnatural has ended. The kind of quiet that doesn't soothe, just reminds you of what's missing. People avoided the area. Some said it was unsafe, unstable ground. Others, those who remembered the rumors, the stories their grandparents never wanted to explain, said the ground didn't want to be walked on anymore. That something underneath was still waiting. Claire and I didn't speak to reporters. Not that they came in large numbers. Salt Hill had always existed, just outside the narrative. A local ghost story, an inherited dread. When the house fell, there was no grand news headline. Just a small blurb buried deep in the paper, historic home collapses amid structural concerns. That was all the world got. That was all it wanted. But that didn't mean the house was forgotten. 3 weeks after Salt Hill folded in on itself, the first letter arrived. Not to Claire. To me. No return address. No postage stamp. Just a thin, gray envelope slipped under the door of the cabin we were renting near the coast. My name was written across it in clean, deliberate handwriting. Inside, one photograph. Grainy, black and white. A picture of the attic before it collapsed. And at the center of the room, intact as if it had never burned, was the ledger. Open. The page turned. No one should have had that photograph. No one should have known what the attic looked like, let alone the shape of a book that should have been destroyed in the collapse. I showed Claire. She stared at it for a long time. Not shocked, just tired. Someone was watching, she said finally. Maybe for a long time. The next day someone knocked. A man, early 30s. Coat too long for the weather, boots coated in clay. He didn't introduce himself. Didn't ask questions. He only handed me a wrapped object, nodded, and walked away. Claire didn't open it right away. She waited until the house was quiet. The lights dimmed. She took out the pocket knife she'd carried since we left Salt Hill and slowly cut the twine. Inside a book, bound in faded leather, smelling of seawater and soot. The ledger. Not a ledger. The ledger. The same tears on the corner. The same cracked spine. Except it wasn't burned. Not even scorched. I reached for it, but Claire stopped me. Don't touch it yet. We sat with it for an hour, neither of us speaking. The air in the room had changed, like the walls were leaning in closer to listen. Finally, Claire flipped the cover open. The ink was fresh, pages restored, and on the first blank line, a new name had appeared. Not mine, not hers. Someone neither of us recognized, Reed Hallow. Beneath it a date. Tomorrow. Claire went pale. It's still writing. I felt it too. That terrible pressure returning, the way it had felt in Salt Hill when the house watched. But there was no house now, no spiral, just this book. I thought we ended it, I whispered. We ended the house, Claire said. Not the grief. We didn't sleep that night. In the morning, Claire called every Hallow she could find. None of them had a read. I searched online. No birth records, no school listings, no social media. No trace. Until I checked the obituaries, and found it. A death notice posted before the date had passed. No details. Just a name, a photo, a boy, couldn't have been more than 12. Reed Hallow. The obituary was dated tomorrow. That's when we realized the book wasn't finished. Salt Hill had been a mouth. But the ledger was the tongue. The part that spoke the names into being. That fed the house grief by putting it on paper first. And now, without the house to hold it, the grief was moving, looking for something else to fill. Claire looked up at me, eyes hard. We burned the house, she said. Now we burn the book. But when she struck the match and touched it to the corner of the ledger, the flame snuffed out. Twice. 3 times. The pages wouldn't catch. The book wouldn't burn. And tomorrow was coming. Fast. Reed Hallow. That name hung in the room like fog, thick, immovable, and quietly suffocating. It didn't belong to anyone we knew, and yet it felt more urgent than anything we'd ever carried. The photo in the obituary hadn't been a stock image, or one of those faceless silhouettes some funeral homes used when no family could provide a picture. No, it was a real boy. Eyes too wide for comfort. A smile just crooked enough to make you feel like he'd seen something no child should. His hair curled against his forehead, and his expression, there was a knowing in it, like he was already aware of what was coming. We tried burning the ledger again that morning. We soaked it in kerosene, wrapped it in old towels, built a fire so hot it made the stove groan. It wouldn't catch. Not even char. Claire stood over the pit for nearly 10 minutes, watching the flames spit and curl around the book without ever touching it. I think she was waiting for it to scream. But it didn't. The ledger didn't protest being burned, because it didn't need to. It was immune. We need to find the boy, I said, once the fire had burned down to ash and the book sat perfectly unscathed in the center. Before whatever's hunting him gets there first. Claire had already grabbed her coat. If it's using the ledger again, that means it's spreading. The grief doesn't need Salt Hill anymore. It just needs a name. We started with every school district within 50 miles. No Reed Hallow. Every public record search hit a wall. It was like the boy didn't exist until the name showed up in the book. But the photograph in the obituary was real. That much I knew. Something about it scratched behind my eyes, like a dream I couldn't quite remember, but felt myself waking from with clenched fists and a mouth full of someone else's name. Claire had the idea to check adoption records. It was a long shot, and most of them were sealed unless you had a court order, but her old friend from her social work days pulled a few strings. There was one file. Foster system. A boy named Reed. Last known address, a group home on the outskirts of Elmsbury. That was nearly 90 miles away, a place wrapped in snow most of the year. The kind of town where outsiders stuck out like broken fingers. We drove through the night. The roads were black ice and gravel. At one point, a deer appeared in the middle of the road, standing so still we almost believed it was a statue. Claire didn't slow down. The deer vanished just before we reached it, leaving nothing but a hollow spot where its body should have been. We didn't speak about it. We didn't need to. When we pulled into the lot behind the group home, the sky was barely beginning to lighten. A sliver of blue bleeding through the horizon, thin as the cut on Claire's cheek from the collapse. The home itself was quiet. Brick. 2 stories. Barred windows on the lower floor. Chain link fence surrounding the property. One porch light flickering like it didn't remember how to die. We buzzed the gate. Waited. A woman answered the intercom. Her voice was sharp with suspicion, but not unkind. Claire lied quickly. "We're here to check on a child. Reed Hallow. We're his emergency contact." Silence. Then the gate buzzed open. The woman at the door, nurse, social worker, maybe both, was tall, severe. Her eyes were the color of the slate cliffs behind Salt Hill. She studied us like she already knew we weren't being entirely honest. "He's upstairs. Didn't sleep last night," she said. "Been asking questions. Said he dreamed of a woman with a burned book." Claire and I locked eyes. She added, "He drew it. The book. Looked exactly like the one you're holding." We followed her to the boy's room. It was small, sparse. A twin bed, one cracked window, a bookshelf filled with hand-me-downs. Reed sat on the bed, legs crossed, a crumpled piece of paper in his lap. He looked up as we entered. His eyes locked on mine. "You're Mara," he said. I stopped. "You dreamed about me?" I asked. He nodded. "I saw you in the stair. You were stuck. I tried to pull you out, but something told me it wasn't time yet." Claire knelt next to the bed, careful, gentle. "Do you know why we're here?" Reed looked at her like she was asking the wrong question. "You're here because the book thinks I belong to it. But I don't. I haven't done anything wrong." "You don't have to do anything wrong," I said quietly. "It doesn't work like that." He held up the drawing. It wasn't just the ledger. It was Salt Hill, drawn in thick charcoal lines. The spiral staircase dark and twisted, windows bleeding black. The house in the drawing looked like it was breathing. "That place is in my dreams every night," he said, "but I've never been there." "You don't need to be," Claire murmured. "Not anymore." That's when we heard the knock. 3 slow thuds on the front door. The woman downstairs called out that there were no more visitors allowed. Then silence. Then another knock, 4 this time. Then 5. Then 6. A rhythm, like someone playing the spiral in reverse. Reed clutched my hand. "You can't let it take me," he whispered. "We won't," I said. "We're not letting it have anyone else." Claire turned to the nurse. "Get everyone out. Now." She nodded, already moving. I turned back to Reed. "Do you trust me?" He stared at me for a long moment, then nodded. "Good," I said. "Then listen very carefully. We were going to burn the book again, but this time with him. Not in it. With him holding it. Because something had changed. Reed wasn't claimed yet. His name was written. But the grief hadn't attached. Not fully. That meant he could return it. Not just destroy the ledger, but send it back. Whatever back meant. Claire opened the book. The name Reed Hallow glared from the page. Wet, alive, hungry. Reed placed his palm flat against the ink, and the ledger began to scream. Not with sound, with light. The pages rippled, then burned, really burned, not metaphor, not illusion. Fire consumed it from the inside out, a golden, crackling glow that felt more like sunlight than flame. Reed didn't flinch. He just watched. And in his eyes, I saw Salt Hill one more time, folding in on itself, being dragged back, page by page, name by name. The flames turned blue. The book turned to ash. And just like that, he was free. No sirens, no ghost, no final howl, just quiet. And a 12-year-old boy who no longer had a countdown ticking under his name. Claire caught me as I staggered back. "It's done," I breathed. But Claire didn't answer right away. She was staring at Reed's drawing. One detail had changed. The spiral was gone. But a new shape had appeared in the margins. A circle, drawn in red, with no name.
Yet.
We stared at the drawing for a long time, as if the shape might change if we just kept looking. But it didn't. The circle stayed where Reed had drawn it. Simple, unbroken red, no shading, no shadows. Just a perfect loop sitting quietly in the corner of a burned sketch of a house that no longer existed. At first, it seemed like nothing more than a child's slip of the hand. A doodle. But Reed didn't doodle. He remembered. Everything he drew, he'd seen. "Did you draw this part?" Claire asked him, her voice low. Reed blinked once, then slowly shook his head. It was just there, after the book burned. I looked down, and the circle was already drawn. I didn't even have the pencil anymore. Claire looked at me. I didn't need her to say anything. The spiral had been chosen. Deliberate. A symbol of something that consumed. Grief that never let you go, always turning, always deepening. A trap. But this was different. The circle didn't trap, it contained. It was a boundary, or a seal. Reed didn't understand the full weight of it, but he was feeling something. His shoulders were pulled tight. His fingers kept twitching, like he was waiting for something to grab him again. But nothing came. Not grief. Not the house. Not the ledger. Just silence. An unnatural silence, thick as velvet and twice as hard to breathe through. Claire took the paper and folded it carefully. She didn't tear it or crumple it or toss it in the fire. She tucked it into her jacket pocket like it was evidence, or maybe a warning. That night, we stayed in the group home. The staff gave us the office to sleep in, 2 cots and a desk pushed to the side. No windows. That was fine with me. I didn't want to look outside. I woke to Reed standing over me around 3 a.m. His face was pale, his voice barely above a whisper. "There's someone in the hallway." I sat up too fast, the back of my head smacking the cinder block wall. Claire was already awake, eyes fixed on the door. We heard it then. The dragging sound. Not footsteps. Something else. Like cloth. Heavy cloth being pulled across the floor. Claire rose without a word and opened the door. There was nothing there. No person. No movement. But in the middle of the hallway floor, drawn in thick chalk, was the circle. The same one from Reed's drawing. Red, perfect, clean, untouched by any scuff marks or dirt. Claire knelt next to it. No scent. No heat. No sign it had been done by hand. Then she did something reckless. Something only Claire would do. She touched it, and the hallway changed. It didn't shift. It didn't shake. It remembered. In one blink, we weren't in the group home anymore. We were in Salt Hill, but not the Salt Hill we'd known. This one was older. The paint hadn't peeled. The stairs weren't broken. There were no mirrors, no bells, no ledger. It was cleaner, calmer, and yet the pressure in the air was worse than anything we'd felt in the collapse. Claire backed away from the circle, eyes wide. Reed grabbed my hand again, knuckles bone, white. We were inside a memory that didn't belong to any of us. At the bottom of the stairs, a woman was kneeling. She was humming. Not the lullaby we'd heard before, a different one, darker, off-key, and in her hands she held a book. Not the ledger, a new book, bound in red, We couldn't see her face. Her hair hung in thick ropes down her back, covering her shoulders, hiding her features. But I knew who she was, Edith Wright. This was her before the trades, before the spiral, before Salt Hill was built. Claire reached for me. "This isn't a memory," she said. "This is a warning." The woman stood slowly and turned, and then something impossible happened. She looked directly at us. Across time, across the seal, across the line between memory and moment, and she spoke, not with her voice, but with the houses. "You burned the book," she said, "but not the root. This circle is not a trap, it is a door. And now it is open." Then everything snapped back. We were back in the hallway. The chalk was gone. The air was normal again. But Claire's hands were shaking. She sat down hard against the wall and whispered, "She built the house on something older. That's why it didn't end with the collapse. That's why the grief still moves." "What is the circle?" Reed asked, curling up next to her. Claire met my eyes. It's the first thing she drew. Before Salt Hill. Before the staircase. Before Eleanor. "It's the beginning," I said quietly. Reed frowned. "Of what?" Claire answered him without hesitation. "Of the thing that taught her how to trade grief for life." We didn't sleep again that night. And in the morning, when we went to retrieve the folded drawing from Claire's jacket, it was gone. But something else was in its place. A small, smooth stone, with a circle etched into its face. We should have left. Every instinct told us to pack the car, take Reed far from the cliffs, far from the ashes of Salt Hill, far from the shadows that somehow still lingered even with the house gone. But the stone, with the circle etched into its face, changed everything. It wasn't just that it appeared in Claire's jacket, tucked exactly where the drawing had been. It was how it felt. Cold, but not from temperature. Cold in the way grief is cold. Like it had absorbed centuries of sorrow and could never be warmed again. Claire held it in her hand for hours, saying nothing. She didn't need to. I could feel what she felt. The spiral had been a symbol of consumption, but the circle was something older. It wasn't about taking. It was about sealing, containing, keeping something beneath. By the time dusk fell, we knew what we had to do. "I need to go back," Claire said finally. "To the ruins, to what's underneath." "We collapsed the house," I reminded her. "You saw it fall." We both did. "There's nothing left. Nothing above," she said. But Salt Hill had roots. Jonah used to talk about them. That the house was deeper than anyone ever realized. That it wasn't just built on the cliff. It was fed by it. Reed stood quietly by the window, arms crossed. The dreams changed again. "Last night, I saw a room under the ground, carved from stone, and there was something in it." "What?" I asked. He didn't blink. "Something that looked like a tree, but it didn't grow leaves, it grew names." We left at dawn. The cliffs were damp from morning fog. The sea restless, crashing harder than usual. Salt Hill was gone. Where it had stood was a sinkhole choked with broken beams, glass and earth. But around the edges of the ruins, something unnatural remained. The ground was soft. Not muddy, not shifting. Breathing. It rose and fell in waves. Just beneath the surface. You could feel it through your soles. A slow, deep pulse, like something massive sleeping far below. Claire led us to the north edge of the ruins. There, half buried in dirt and fractured stone, we found what we didn't realize we were looking for: a door. Old. Metal. Round like a hatch. The circle was etched across its face. Identical to the one on the stone. We didn't speak. Reed pressed the stone into the center groove. It clicked. The door opened with a groan so deep it vibrated through our teeth. A tunnel waited beneath, spiraling, of course, but not in the same tight coil as Salt Hill's infamous staircase. This was wider, more ancient. The walls were carved rock, covered in symbols I didn't recognize. Not letters, not language, just shapes. Variations of the circle, twisting into each other, some closed, some broken, some crossed out. The air was dry and thick with dust, but under that was something else. A smell I hadn't known since the attic. Old wood, ledger pages. Grief preserved. We descended. At the base, the tunnel opened into a chamber that shouldn't have existed. It was huge. Not built grown. Roots dangled from the ceiling like tendrils. Not from trees, but from something else. Something darker. Black and slick like vines made of oil and bone. They pulsed slightly, alive, twitching when Reed stepped forward. In the center of the chamber was the tree he had described, if you could call it that. It had no leaves, no branches. Just a trunk made of names. They spiraled upward in tight, suffocating loops. Carved, branded, burned into the wood. Some names were full. Some were only half finished, the ink still wet, and at the top of the trunk, glowing faintly red, Edith Wright. The root. Claire exhaled slowly. This is where she came. This is where she learned to trade. I stepped closer to the trunk. The names, hundreds of them, weren't in any order. Some were small. Children. Others ancient. Names I didn't recognize from languages I didn't know. But each pulsed with memory. You didn't read them. You felt them. Grief, etched into bark. Reed walked to the base and knelt. The tree didn't flinch from him. If anything, it leaned. There's something in the roots, he whispered. Claire crouched beside him, brushing aside dust and brittle debris. Beneath, a small cavity. Inside it a second book. Not the ledger. Smaller. Bound in red leather, but faded to near black. No title. Just a symbol pressed into the cover. A circle, split down the middle. Claire opened it. Only one page was written. A name. One we all knew. Marlise Grant. Below it a sentence. Not inked. Branded. You were the last before the seal broke. My legs buckled. Claire caught me. How? How is that here? I destroyed the ledger. My name was erased. Reed touched the page, and for the first time, I saw what he saw. My birth. My mother crying in a house I never knew. A child taken. A name recorded. Not in the ledger, but in this. The first book. The root book. And suddenly I understood. The ledger was a copy. A surface, level version of something far more ancient. Grief wasn't born in Salt Hill. Salt Hill was built on top of it. We had killed the spiral, but the circle remained. Beneath everything. Waiting. Claire closed the book and stood. We have to bury it. I shook my head. No. Burying it just hides it. Like they did before. Like Edith did. That's how it started. It has to end. Reed looked up. You have to take your name back. The tree pulsed. The chamber darkened. And the red name at the top of the trunk began to drip. Not sap, not blood. Ink. Writing itself down again. We were out of time. I stepped toward the base. Toward the book. Toward the beginning. And I placed my hand on the page. The moment my skin touched the page, it was like being pulled through the bark of the world itself. No wind. No weight. Just a sudden absence of everything I knew. The cave, the tree, Claire's voice calling my name. They vanished behind a wall of black. I didn't fall. I didn't float. I was simply carried, as if time itself had grabbed the collar of my life and yanked me backwards, beyond the point where memory could follow. Then the darkness thinned, and I was standing in a house that looked like Salt Hill, but wasn't. The wallpaper was untouched. The floors gleamed with polish. Candles burned in iron sconces. A fire crackled in the hearth, and somewhere nearby, a baby cried. I knew the room, the rug. The edge of the staircase, not yet twisted into a spiral. This was before trades, before grief calcified into ritual. I was seeing Salt Hill as Edith had known it. She sat at a writing desk, hunched over a thick, red book, the book, pen moving with a frantic precision that spoke of both desperation and purpose. Her face was gaunt, her fingers smudged with ash. And she was crying, not the kind of weeping you hear in grief, but the silent kind. The kind people hide. The kind that lives in the throat and stains the insides. I stepped closer. She didn't look at me, but somehow I knew she felt me. And then she spoke, not to me, to someone else. I know the cost, she whispered, pen pausing mid-word. I know what must be taken, but she's all I have. No voice answered. But the flames in the hearth flickered violently, and I understood. She wasn't talking to a person. She was speaking to the thing beneath the house, the thing that had been waiting for someone desperate enough to open the first door. She turned the page, and there it was, my name, written with a hand that wasn't hers. Mara Elise Grant. Below it, first trade, accepted. I staggered back. My chest felt hollow. Ribs stretched thin like paper. I didn't know how to breathe in this place. I knew my family had been tied to Salt Hill, that the house had claimed something from each generation. But this was something else entirely. Edith hadn't just built the house. She had given me away before I was ever born. I turned back to her. Why me? And this time, she did look at me. Her eyes weren't cruel. They weren't cold. They were filled with apology. The kind that sinks deep into bone and stays there. Because you could carry it, she said, and because I was weak. The fire roared behind her, stretching taller, its edges twisting into shapes that resembled roots, spirals, circles. Your mother tried to stop it, Edith said. She ran. She changed her name. But grief is faster. It always is. I reached for the book. It burned beneath my fingertips, but I didn't pull away. I could feel the names pulsing beneath the cover, like 1,000 trapped voices begging to be remembered. Can I undo it? I asked. Edith nodded slowly. But you have to take it all back. Not just your name. Every name. I looked down at the page. It was already changing. New names flickering in and out of existence, some familiar, most not. Generations of trades. Lives bartered away in quiet whispers. Lost children, forgotten lovers. Broken mothers, Claire. Eleanor. Jonah. Even Reed. All of them had a place here. Take it, Edith said. Let it end with you. And suddenly, I was falling again. No. Rising. Pulled back through the bark, through the roots, through the soil, until I slammed back into my body in the cavern below Salt Hill. Claire was at my side, gripping my hand so tightly her nails dug into my skin. Mara, say something. I gasped once, twice. Then I spoke. I know how to end it. Reed sat beside the tree, eyes wide with fear and understanding. You have to trade yourself, don't you? I nodded. But not just me. Every name, every single name it took, they all have to be called back. Claire shook her head. You'll die. No, I said. I won't. Then what happens? I looked at the tree. I become the root. There was no other way. The grief needed a vessel. It always had. But if it could be bound, truly bound, contained, then the circle could be sealed. The house would never rise again. The trades would stop. The names would be safe. I can carry it, I whispered. Like Edith said. I always could. Claire's voice broke. And what happens to you? I smiled at her. I'll be beneath. Not forgotten. Just holding the weight. So no one else has to. Reed reached into his jacket and pulled out the stone. He handed it to me. And as I took it, the ground beneath the tree opened. A hollow space. Waiting. I stepped into it. The tree bent toward me. Roots curled around my legs. Not cruelly, but gently, like it knew this was what I was meant for. I placed the stone at the base of the trunk, and the circle closed. There was no scream, no flash, just quiet, and then peace. The tree stopped pulsing. The ink faded. The names vanished. Claire reached for me, but I was already gone, not dead, just beneath, where grief sleeps, and no more trades are made. The chamber fell still. The tree, once pulsating with the sorrow of hundreds of names, now stood dormant, silent, cold. Its bark no longer shimmered with the flicker of etched grief. The red veins that had glowed with mournful memory faded to gray. For a moment, Claire couldn't move. Her knees were pressed into the damp earth, eyes still fixed on the spot where I had stood, where I had been. All that remained was the hollow at the tree's base, sealed now with roots wrapped tight like the closing of an eye. Reed sat beside her, too stunned to cry, too young to grasp the full weight of what he had just witnessed, and too old to pretend it hadn't happened. His hand was clenched around the drawing that had appeared again in his pocket during the final moments, now altered, the spiral, erased, the tree, dormant, the circle, finally closed. Claire slowly stood, her legs trembling beneath her. She reached for the tree, not to touch it, but just to feel it, to see if I was still there somehow. There was no response, no hum, no warmth. But somewhere deep in the roots, she thought she felt the faintest resistance, like a breath held in quiet defiance of death. Not a goodbye, not a message, just presence. "She's still in there," Reed said behind her, his voice a whisper. Claire turned. "How do you know?" He didn't look up. "Because I stopped dreaming about her. And that only happens when something ends the right way." Claire wanted to believe that. Needed to. But belief had never come easily to her, especially after Salt Hill. Especially after the spiral. They didn't speak again until they reached the tunnel. The door at the top of the spiraling stone path had closed behind them. The circle etched into it glowed faintly when Claire approached with the red book still clutched under her arm. It had sealed itself, but the stone mechanism responded to her touch now, as if it knew what she had done, as if the book recognized her as the next keeper. The hatch swung open with a slow groan, and light spilled into the tunnel. Real light, sunlight. The fog above had broken, revealing a pale morning sky. They emerged into the ruins of Salt Hill, but even those had changed. Where once the foundation had hissed with memory and dread, there now lay only stone and earth. No breath, no sound. Claire stood at the edge of the pit and looked down, half expecting the bones of the house to begin knitting themselves back together. But they didn't. Reed tugged on her sleeve. "We should go." She nodded. "Yeah, we should." They didn't look back. The drive away from Elmsbrae was long and quiet. Claire didn't turn on the radio. She didn't speak. She just drove, and Reed, exhausted from whatever it was that had passed through him down there, fell asleep with the drawing pressed to his chest. Halfway through the drive, Claire pulled over. A gas station, empty, deserted. She stepped out, needing air. She leaned on the hood and looked up at the sky. It wasn't over. The grief had been sealed, yes. The circle closed. But the book, the real one, was still in her possession. And as long as it remained, there was risk. She knew what had to come next. The red book had to be buried where no hands could ever reach it again. Not destroyed. That was impossible. But hidden. Someplace without memory, without names. She opened the book once just to make sure. The pages were blank, not erased, clean. But she still felt it, the echo. A hum beneath the silence. It would never be gone, not fully. Because grief is a part of us. A root we don't get to cut away. But now, for the first time in generations, it was quiet. She closed the book and placed it back into her bag. Then she looked at her reflection in the car window. Not for vanity, not for reassurance. Just to say one last thing, softly to the air, "Thank you, Mara." No reply came, but Claire didn't expect one. Claire drove for hours without knowing where she was going. The road unwound ahead of her like it had always been waiting. Each mile pulling her further from Salt Hill and deeper into a silence she didn't yet understand. Reed slept most of the way, curled in the back seat, still clutching that final drawing. Even in sleep, his fingers twitched. Whether in dream or memory, she couldn't tell. He had seen too much, felt too much. But at least now, the grief wasn't chasing him. Not anymore. The book sat heavy in her bag, its presence louder than words. Though the pages were blank, the weight it carried had only grown since Mara vanished into the roots. Claire could almost feel Mara's hand pressed against the inside of the cover, holding the circle closed. She hadn't just ended the trades, she'd absorbed the memory of them, taken it all, and now the book was the seal. Not an active threat, but not dormant either. Somewhere deep in Claire's gut, she knew that if the wrong person ever opened it again, it could start over. That's what haunted her most. And so, the question clawed at her constantly now, where do you bury something that should never be remembered? She thought of libraries, of locked vaults, of secret government facilities buried in the Arctic. But she laughed at herself. not because it was silly, but because that wasn't how grief worked. You couldn't hide it behind metal or under snow. If it wanted to be found, it would be. She needed to go somewhere different, somewhere grief had never touched, if such a place existed. She and Reed eventually stopped in a coastal town so small it barely had a name. No internet, no tourists, just a few rows of old houses, a single diner, and a bluff that overlooked the crashing sea. Claire booked a room at a motel with peeling paint and a blinking vacancy sign that probably hadn't been turned off in 20 years. They stayed for 3 days. Reed ran along the beach in the mornings, collecting sea glass and shells shaped like question marks. He was healing in a way only children can, slow, quiet, almost invisible. Claire stayed inside. She read the book every morning, not because anything had changed inside, but because she had. She checked to make sure it hadn't written a new name, a new date, but the pages remained empty, cold as polished stone. Still, she knew better than to trust it. On the 4th morning, she woke up to find a folded note slipped under the motel door. It was a name, Beatrice Langley. She didn't recognize it. There was no return address, no explanation. But the handwriting was identical to the name once scrawled at the top of the ledger's final page. Claire's breath caught in her throat. It was back, not the grief, not the house, the echo. She rushed to the book, threw it open, still blank. But something was different. The spine was warmer, not hot, but no longer the cold, lifeless shell it had been. The seal was weakening, not breaking, but bending. She didn't tell Reed. Instead, she packed their things, paid in cash, and drove inland. As far away from the ocean as she could, she drove for days, sleeping in rest stops, crossing county lines like she was being chased, not by something behind her, but by something inside the book she carried. On the 7th night, they stopped near an abandoned church in a forest no one had tended in years. The building leaned with age, roof half collapsed, pews rotting into the floor, and yet it felt untouched. The kind of place people avoided not because they feared it, but because they didn't know why they should. Claire left Reed sleeping in the car and walked through the broken doors. She went to the altar. Kneeling, she pulled out the book, and beneath it, the slip of paper with Beatrice Langley's name. She said the name out loud once. Nothing happened. Then she said her own, and the book opened itself. Just one page. Her name wasn't written, but her mother's was. Adelaide Grant. Underneath, first trade deferred. Her mother hadn't escaped the trades after all. She had delayed it, pushed the burden forward. Claire's hands trembled. The grief had never intended to take Mara at birth. It had followed the debt. Mara had been born into it. And Claire, unknowingly, had been standing right behind. Now she understood. The book didn't need to write new names. It just needed to remind them. It was trying to whisper that it wasn't done. But Claire was. She took the book outside. She didn't burn it. She didn't bury it. She walked deep into the forest, where no roads reached, where no names had ever been spoken with sorrow. And she found a well that had long since dried. It was hidden behind thornbush and thyme, stone cracked with moss and old frost. She dropped the book inside, watched it vanish into the dark. No echo, no cry, no flash. It was just gone, and for the first time in weeks, the silence felt real. Claire stood over the well until dawn, and when she turned back toward the road, toward the car, toward the boy who had no more dreams of dying, she felt something shift behind her. Not in the air, not in the forest, in herself. The keeper's burden wasn't just to hide the grief. It was to remember it without passing it on. And she would, because someone had to. The fog rolled in the following evening, thick and pale as milk, sliding between the trees like it had a memory of where it needed to be. Claire noticed it first from the window of the roadside diner she and Reed had stopped at. They hadn't planned on staying in town more than a night, just long enough to rest and let the boy eat something warm. But the fog changed things. It crept in unnaturally fast, swallowing the road and the sky in minutes, until the world outside the glass looked erased. Reed had been talking about a dream he didn't remember having, when Claire suddenly stood up, eyes locked on the gray world beyond the booth. "Something's not right," she said. Reed turned to look. "It's just fog." But Claire was already pulling her coat on. "No, it's not." She stepped outside, boots crunching against gravel, the air cold and oddly wet, like breathing through a wet towel. It had a taste to it, like copper and old dust. The kind of air that didn't just cling to your clothes, but settled inside your lungs and didn't let go. There was no wind, no sound of birds. Even the trees had gone still. The fog wasn't just heavy, it was watching. She turned around and nearly screamed. A figure was standing in the center of the road, not moving, not blinking, just standing. At first, Claire thought it might be a man. Tall, thin, wrapped in a long coat that hung past his knees. But something about the way he stood, shoulders too straight, head tilted slightly, like a puppet waiting for a string to be pulled, made her freeze. Reed came up behind her and grabbed her arm. "Who's that?" "I don't know," she said. "Get inside." But the figure moved before they could retreat, one step forward, then another, each one too slow, too careful. Then he spoke. "I'm looking for someone," the voice rasped. Claire swallowed. "Who?" The figure paused just outside the reach of the diner's light. His face was still hidden, swallowed in fog and shadow, but his voice was clear. "I'm looking for Beatrice Langley." Claire's blood went cold. The name. The one on the note. The one that had slipped under her motel door days before. She hadn't told anyone. Hadn't written it down. Hadn't said it aloud except that one night at the altar. "Why?" she asked, trying to keep her voice steady. The man tilted his head again. "She has something that belongs to me." Claire shook her head. "She's not here." She was. Claire looked at Reed. "Get in the car. Now." Reed hesitated for half a second, then ran. The man didn't follow. Didn't move. Claire stepped backward toward the driver's side, never taking her eyes off him. "What did she take?" she asked. The man smiled. The kind of smile you only see in old photographs of dead people. "A name," he said. "And you've been carrying it." Claire's hand tightened on the door. "I buried the book," she said. "Not deep enough." With that, he turned and walked into the fog, disappearing like a match dropped into water. Claire stood in the stillness for several seconds, heart thundering. The air around her felt warped, like the moment before thunder or the breath before a scream. When she got back into the car, Reed was pale. "Was that him?" he whispered. "Who?" Claire asked. Reed's voice trembled. "The man who teaches the trades." Claire didn't answer, because the truth had begun to curdle in her stomach. She hadn't closed the circle. She'd sealed it. But something else, something that didn't need a ledger, a tree, or a staircase, had been waiting for the end. The trades were over, but he was not. And now, he was looking for Beatrice Langley. A name Claire didn't know, but one the book had written. They didn't sleep that night. Claire drove through the fog like it was a living thing pressing against the car, thickening behind the headlights, slithering across the windshield in strange, slow waves. Reed didn't ask where they were going. He just sat there in the passenger seat, clutching the map they hadn't unfolded in days, his knuckles white, his voice absent. Claire hadn't seen him that quiet since the attic of Salt Hill, since the first time the house spoke, since the grief turned into something with rules. But this wasn't like the trades. It wasn't grief wrapped in ceremony. It was older, colder, stripped of story, of reason. A hunger that didn't ask or offer, just took. By morning, they reached the edge of a small town with no name on the sign. Just a weathered wooden post where a name should have been, its paint long gone. Claire pulled into a gas station with boarded windows. No cars, no people, no birds. Inside, a bell rang above the door that sounded like it hadn't been touched in years. Dust layered every shelf. Expired cans. A calendar from 1997 hung crooked behind the counter. She approached the old woman at the register with a picture she'd printed the night before. One she'd managed to scrape from a forum discussing forgotten towns and vanished names. It was grainy and barely visible, but the woman in it had been tagged as Beatrice Langley. "Do you know her?" Claire asked. The old woman didn't blink. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. She raised one trembling hand and pointed to the far wall. Claire turned. A corkboard, covered in hundreds of photographs. Old, new, torn, burnt, water, damaged, faces staring out with glassy eyes, names scribbled or scratched beneath them. But Beatrice wasn't among them. Instead, in the center of the board, pinned with a rusted nail, was a single note, handwritten. All it said was, "He comes when the names are spoken." Claire backed away, her spine turning cold. Outside, Reed stood near the pump, staring into the woods. When Claire came out, he didn't look at her. "He's here," he said. Claire followed his gaze. A figure stood just beyond the trees, tall, unmoving, watching from behind a curtain of fog. "He doesn't need the book," Reed whispered. "He collects what the book forgets." Claire grabbed his hand. "We need to find Beatrice." Now, they drove deeper into the town, past empty houses and mailboxes stuffed with yellowed paper. They knocked on doors, asked the few strangers who still answered if they'd heard of Beatrice Langley. Every time, the answer was the same: a pause, a blink, and then a whispered no. But something was wrong with the way they said it, like they had known her, and were being prevented from remembering. Finally, a child, no older than 8, pulled on Claire's sleeve outside an old schoolhouse. "My grandma used to say her name before bed," the girl said, not looking up. Then she forgot how to say anything. Claire knelt. "Where does your grandma live?" The girl pointed to the graveyard. A small headstone sat crooked at the edge of the property. No name, no dates, just a smooth stone surface and a symbol scratched in its center. A spiral. Claire exhaled sharply. She was part of it. Reed crouched beside her. Beatrice tried to stop him, and failed. The spiral meant trade. But this one wasn't burned or carved carefully. It had been scratched, desperate, rushed. The last act of someone trying to warn, to leave a mark before forgetting took her. Claire stared at the symbol. She deferred the trade, she said. Like Adelaide did, like Mara did, she passed it on. To who? Reed asked. Claire didn't answer. Because in that moment, the fog shifted, and across the graveyard, the man stepped into view. But now they could see his face. Or rather, the lack of one. Where eyes and a mouth should be, there was only pale, stretched skin, blank, seamless, not born, made. He was a collector, not of bodies, not of souls, but of names, and when someone forgot a name, he kept it. Beatrice had been traded, then erased. Claire stood between him and Reed. "This ends with me," she said. But the man didn't move. Instead, the air thickened. The fog pulsed, and a whisper filled the space between them. 1,000 voices, speaking in unison, one name must remain forgotten. Claire understood then. She couldn't find Beatrice Langley. Because if she did, if the memory returned, he would have a reason to come again, to start over. He thrived on the unspoken, on the things left behind. That was his rule, his law. One name must always be lost, so the others could stay remembered. Claire looked at Reed. "We can't say her name again." He nodded slowly, and the man vanished, folded into the fog, erased, just like her. They drove without direction for hours, Reed's silence stretching longer than it had since Salt Hill burned. Claire didn't press him. She felt it too, the weight of forgetting. Not just the name they had sworn to bury, but the hollow that forgetting created. It wasn't relief. It wasn't closure. It was absence. A shape cut out of the world, where someone once existed and now didn't. The worst part wasn't that Beatrice Langley had vanished. The worst part was knowing no one else would notice. The fog eventually thinned, giving way to a sunless gray afternoon. They were in flat country now, fields without crops, fences without gates. Towns got rarer. people fewer. The road, cracked and narrow, finally opened to a stretch of land so empty it made Claire's skin crawl. And there, in the middle of nothing, stood a house. It was wrong in every way. No path led to it. No road approached. It wasn't marked on any map. Its shape was ordinary. 2 stories, pitched roof, shutters clinging to rotting wood. But there were no doors, not boarded over, not sealed, none at all. Claire parked the car 50 yards back. Reed stared through the window at the lifeless structure. "Why is it here?" he asked. Claire didn't answer. She felt the same question gnawing at her, deeper than fear. They approached slowly. The house didn't react. No creaks, no movement, no sign of life. Just a hollow silence that grew louder with each step, like the world around it was holding its breath. Claire ran her hand along the siding. The wood was damp, but not with water. It was sweating. "I don't like this," Reed muttered. "Neither do I," Claire said. "But it wants us to look." They circled the house twice. No back entrance, no cellar doors. Windows, yes, but every one was covered from the inside, not with curtains or boards, but with mirrors. Thick, warped panes that reflected the land around them, but not their own faces. Claire stepped closer to one and gasped. Inside the reflection, she saw herself, not as she was now, but younger. In Salt Hill's kitchen. A glass falling from her hand, Reed crying upstairs. The moment she first considered leaving the house for good, and beside her, in the reflection, stood him. The collector. Watching. Waiting. Reed stepped to the next window. "It's showing us what we almost did." Claire turned sharply. "What?" He pointed to the warped glass. "I stayed. After Mara told me to leave the attic, I stayed. And in this reflection, I'm still there, still hearing her voice." Claire's mouth went dry. "These aren't just mirrors," she said. "They're traps. The house had no doors because it didn't let people in. It took people in. Through memory, through guilt, through the echoes of what-ifs and almosts." She looked up. The chimney puffed a thin stream of black smoke into the air. Impossible. Given the rot of the house, something was alive inside. Not physically, not in any human sense, but something was feeding. Claire took Reed's hand. "Don't look anymore." "But what is this place?" he asked. "It's not like Salt Hill. There's no spiral, no grief to trade." "No," she said. "This is what happens when grief has nowhere to go." They had ended the trades, sealed the book, hidden the collector's prize, but the grief itself had to go somewhere, and it came here. She realized then that the house wasn't man-made. Not really. It had grown, like a cyst. A tumor left behind by generations of sorrow. The spiral was gone. But this was what had been under the spiral all along. The unspent pain, the unresolved names. And now the house had mirrors instead of doors, because it didn't need to lure you in. It needed only for you to remember. And Claire had done just that. She remembered. She remembered Beatrice. She remembered Mara. She remembered every name that had vanished into the ledger. And now they were calling back. The doorless house groaned. Not from wind, not from rain. From pressure. It was opening inward. Not to the living, but to those who still remembered what it felt like to be forgotten. Claire backed away. "We need to go. Now." Reed didn't argue. They ran. Back to the car. Back to the road. And as they drove away, Claire glanced once into the rearview mirror. The house was no longer alone. Another had appeared beside it. Smaller, but growing. The road out of the valley curved like a question Claire couldn't answer. The farther they got from the house with no door, the more the nausea eased. But it didn't leave completely. It sat in her ribs like unfinished breath, like a scream she hadn't let out. Reed was unusually quiet in the passenger seat, and Claire didn't have the heart to pull him out of his silence. Whatever they had seen, whatever that house truly was, it wasn't done growing. And they both knew it. They stopped 2 towns over, in a motel that hadn't updated its carpet since the 70s. Claire bolted the door, pulled the curtains tight, and only then let herself sit on the edge of the bed with her head in her hands. The mirror above the dresser was turned to face the wall. She wasn't taking any chances. She didn't sleep, but she drifted. Not quite dreaming, but hovering somewhere just under the surface of memory. And when she opened her eyes at dawn, she knew what she had to do. The book might have been buried, the spiral closed, but grief, it seemed, didn't end. It moved, changed its shape, found cracks in the seal. Claire had tried to outrun it. Now, she realized she had to face it, not alone. Somewhere out there, others had survived Salt Hill. Not just her. Not just Mara. There had been others. Those who escaped before the spiral fully pulled them in. People whose trades were half completed, who carried the weight of grief without understanding its shape. The ledger might have forgotten their names. The collector may have turned his back on them. But they hadn't forgotten. They were still dreaming. Claire dug into the box of documents she'd kept from Mara's investigation. Old letters, transcripts, names scribbled in the margins of maps. One name came up again and again: Calvin Rourke. He'd been a groundskeeper near Elmsbrae in the early 90s, hired to clear brush around the base of Salt Hill before one of its rare renovations. According to a police report, he'd vanished for 2 weeks and reappeared with no memory of where he'd been, but ranted for months about a room that turned sideways and a book that blurred names. He'd been institutionalized briefly, then released. Off the record, the notes suggested he'd changed his name and disappeared. But Mara had once found a lead, a woman in Nebraska who claimed she'd rented a shed behind her property to a quiet man who didn't sleep. It was a long shot, but it was something. Claire drove straight through 2 states to get there. Reed kept busy, drawing again. Trees, mostly. But not the spiral tree. These ones were different, taller, reaching skyward instead of inward. She didn't ask what they meant. Not yet. By the time they reached the outskirts of the dusty Nebraska town, the sun was a dull smear behind a stormless sky. The address was a crooked little farmhouse with wind chimes that didn't move, even in the breeze. The woman who answered the door was older than Claire expected, with eyes that looked like they'd watched too many things leave and never come back. She squinted at Claire for a long moment before stepping aside. "He's in the back," she said. "But he already knew you were coming." Claire stiffened. "He did." The woman nodded. "He always knows when the rememberers are close." Claire led Reed around the side of the house. The backyard was filled with rusted bird cages and hanging mirrors, each one cracked just enough to distort your own reflection. He sat in a lawn chair, staring into the distance, a wiry man with pale eyes and fingers stained black from charcoal or ink. A dozen drawings were scattered around him, pinned under stones. All of them showed the same house, the doorless one. "You're Calvin," Claire said gently. He replied without looking up. "Now I'm just one of them." "Who?" He pointed at the drawings. "The ones who remember what no one else wants to. The ones who saw their trades fail and walked away unfinished. The ledger skipped us. But grief doesn't forget." Claire sat beside him. "The house. We saw it." Calvin nodded slowly. "It found a shape. Took everything it couldn't burn and made a place. It's always been there, waiting for enough memory to build the walls. It's growing," Reed whispered. Calvin finally looked at him. "So it's you. The boy who wasn't traded." Reed's eyes narrowed. "How do you know?" "Because my son was." The silence stretched for a moment. Claire placed her hand over Reed's gently. Calvin stood, walking to one of the cages. Inside it, instead of a bird, hung a piece of paper, folded like a letter. He handed it to Claire. "It's not a name," he said. "It's a place." The last place the ledger was opened before it found the spiral, before the house existed at all. Claire opened the paper. An address, back east, a town long since swallowed by weather and time. "Why give this to me?" she asked. "Because you have the only thing it can't control," he said. "What's that?" Calvin looked at Reed. "Someone who walked away untouched." Claire stood, Will you come with us? Calvin smiled sadly. No, my place is here, watching the ones who almost were. As they left, Claire looked once more at the cracked mirrors. In their fractured reflections, she didn't see herself. She saw Mara, watching, waiting, not trapped, just ready. The house with no door had started growing from the pieces grief couldn't claim. And now, to stop it, Claire would have to go back, before Salt Hill, before the ledger, before the first trade. The road back east felt longer than any Claire had driven before, not just in miles, but in memory. With every passing hour, the air grew heavier, the sky dimmer, as if the sun itself was reluctant to follow. She watched the land flatten and blur, small towns slipping by in silence. The more distance they put behind them, the more the world around them began to bend. Signs vanished. Roads forked where no map said they should. Gas stations stood hollow and flickering, staffed by people with empty eyes who didn't speak unless spoken to. And even then, their words felt like lines repeated from a script they'd long since forgotten how to read. Reed noticed it too. At first, he asked questions. Why did the clocks all show the same time? Why were there no birds anymore? Why did no one seem to remember anything from more than a day ago? But by the third day, he stopped asking. He simply clutched his sketch pad tighter and stared out the window, drawing less and less. Claire didn't tell him what she already feared. They weren't just driving toward the first trade. They were driving into the place where time had broken. The address Calvin Rourke had given them led to a place called Norling, or at least, it had been called that once. The state archives showed it on maps up through 1951. Then, nothing, as if it had been swallowed by fog and paper rot. When they finally arrived, Claire was shocked to see houses still standing. But it wasn't a town anymore. It was an outline of one. Buildings with doors that led to walls. Streets with names that repeated block after block. People stood on porches, unmoving, staring into the distance like actors waiting for a scene that never came. There were no children, no animals, and the air buzzed, not with insects or machines, but with something wrong, like static behind your eyes. Claire parked the car on the edge of what might once have been Main Street. The storefronts were faded, windows smeared with dirt that refused to wipe clean. Every few feet, a street lamp blinked out, then back on, then out again. I don't like this, Reed whispered. Claire nodded. Neither do I. They walked toward the center of town. The townspeople, or whatever they were now, watched them, but didn't speak. A man with no shoes followed them for 2 blocks before veering off and vanishing between 2 buildings that hadn't had roofs in decades. At the center of town was a fountain. Dry, cracked, but in its center stood a statue of a woman, not cast in metal, but carved of old stone, her face rough and half erased by weather. But Claire recognized it, the curve of the jaw, the tilt of the shoulders. It was Beatrice Langley. She stepped closer. At the statue's base, in letters barely legible, was a plaque. She spoke the name we were told to forget. Reed read it aloud, his voice trembling. What does it mean? Claire touched the stone. It was warm, not with heat, but with something deeper, like grief that had fermented instead of fading. She was the first, she whispered. Or maybe the last to remember. Suddenly, a child's voice called out, "Don't touch her." Claire turned sharply. A boy stood at the edge of the square, pale, barefoot. He looked at Reed. Not her. She's not buried. She's planted. What do you mean? Reed asked. She's growing the town, the boy said. Every time someone forgets her name, the roots go deeper. Claire stepped away from the statue. You live here. The boy shook his head. No one lives here. We just stay. Until we forget why. Are you real? She asked. He didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out something small. A folded piece of red paper. He handed it to Claire. Inside, written in tight, shaking handwriting, were the words he was here first. The spiral came later. Claire felt the breath leave her. The trades didn't create the collector. They were created to contain him, to give his hunger structure, limits. But now, with the ledger sealed and the spiral gone, he was free again, and he was coming back to where it began. Reed looked up at her. What do we do? Claire looked at the statue, then the sky, then the roads that all bent the wrong way. We find what she buried, she said, and we stop it from blooming. Behind them, one of the buildings collapsed in silence. No dust, no noise, just absence. Another piece of memory erased. The town wasn't dying. It was forgetting itself. They returned to the statue at dawn, if you could call it dawn. The sky above Norling didn't brighten so much as thin, as though the light itself had been filtered through dust and forgotten dreams. Claire and Reed stood in front of Beatrice, Langley's stone likeness, watching as shadows shifted beneath her feet. Not cast by sun, but memory. The plaque was different now. The words had changed, etched freshly into the metal like they'd been waiting for someone to notice. Here lies the first name taken willingly. Claire reached for Reed's hand and felt his palms slick with sweat. He was shaking, but not from fear. Not exactly. He was remembering, and the remembering hurt. We're not done, he said softly. No, Claire whispered. We're only just beginning. She stepped behind the statue, brushing her fingers along the back where cracks had formed along the base. The ground there had softened. Not mud, not soil, something older. A memory buried so deep it had started to rot. Claire dropped to her knees and dug. The first handfuls were soft, as if the earth wanted to be opened. Reed helped silently, his small hands moving faster than hers. With each scoop, the air thickened. The buzzing returned, louder than before, not in their ears, but in their bones. After nearly an hour, they hit something solid, a box, small, square, covered in dirt and symbols Claire couldn't read, though she felt their meaning all the same. They weren't letters. They were warnings. She brushed off the lid. It wasn't locked. She opened it. Inside was a book, but not like the ledger. No ink, no parchment, just pages of ash, packed tight, bound with hair that had long since turned silver. Claire reached in and pulled it free. As soon as she touched it, she remembered. A name. Not Mara, not Beatrice, not anyone she had ever known. But she knew it. It was the first name ever given in grief, not to honor the dead, but to trade them, to remove the pain, pass it on. And as she whispered it, unthinking, instinctive, the ground shook. The statue of Beatrice cracked from the inside out, stone flaking from her chest in wide, jagged lines. Her face, once weather-worn, now screamed silently, lips parted in a howl that couldn't be heard. Reed backed away. He's coming. Claire clutched the book to her chest. No, she said. He's already here. The square darkened. Not from clouds, but from absence. The sky peeled back like paper. And from that hollow space above, he stepped down. No longer just a man in a coat. Not a collector. Not a watcher. A hollow. Made of all the names ever forgotten. His body shifted constantly, faces flickering across his skin, voices leaking from him like steam. Each step forward rewrote the space behind him. Doors disappeared. Signs faded, one by one. The townspeople who had watched in silence dropped where they stood, their memories stolen mid-breath. Claire stood her ground. You came for the first trade, she said. He didn't speak with a mouth, but the answer echoed. It was never traded. It was given. That was enough. You fed on it. I became it. Claire held out the book. I'm giving it back. He paused. Uncertain. That had never happened before. He reached forward. Slower now. As though wary. Curious. But before he could touch the book, Reed stepped between them. You don't get to take any more, he said. You lost your rules. Now you're just greed. The hollow flickered. Reed looked at Claire. We bury it. Together. Claire understood. The book couldn't be hidden. It had to be held. Remembered. Carried. By someone who wouldn't trade it. Wouldn't feed it. Someone who wouldn't forget. She knelt beside the cracked earth, held the ash book in both hands, and spoke the first name one final time. Only this time, She didn't whisper it in sorrow. She spoke it with purpose. And as the name left her lips, the book crumbled. Not burned, not vanished, it simply ceased to need to be. The hollow screamed, and for the first time it sounded afraid. The sky above tore again, but not open, closed. Light poured in, not sun, but clarity. The kind that strips lies from truth, hunger from purpose. The hollow writhed. Faces peeled away. Names spilled into the wind like birds freed from a cage. It tried to escape, but found no place left to hide. No trades, no spiral, no ledger. No forgotten names to consume. Claire watched it shrink, collapse inward, until there was nothing left but a single, unspoken breath, and then silence. Real silence, the kind that ends a story. Claire sank to the ground. Reed knelt beside her, head against her shoulder. They didn't speak. They didn't have to. The grief hadn't ended, but it had finally lost its teeth. 3 weeks later, Norling no longer appeared on maps. Claire and Reed moved into a small house by the coast. No spirals, no locked doors. Just the sound of waves and the occasional cry of gulls overhead. Reed drew again. Not trees, not spirals, just faces, smiling ones. Claire didn't write about Salt Hill, or the ledger, or the hollow. But every night before bed she whispered the first name again, just once. Softly. To remember, because grief doesn't vanish. But when held gently, it doesn't take either. It becomes a seed, not of sorrow, but of understanding. And that, finally, was enough.